All right. I think I think I think it's working. Maybe is my chat correct? So, welcome, hello, welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. There might be a weird thing happening where there's like one scheduled stream and I started another. Hopefully, you guys can see and hear me. And yeah, okay. So I scheduled a stream as I'm supposed to normally. And then when I went to host it, it asked me to schedule a new one. So I don't know. Okay, so this is waiting. Oh, goodness. All right. That's not. Okay. I appear to be streaming, but in a different video, maybe? Where's the restored chat? Okay, yes, I am here. But there is a different stream that's supposed to be happening with like 70 people there. And I have like 2 here, maybe? What's going on? I have 8? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can see and hear me. Oh, how do I get this other one? Alright, so sorry, current. Okay, this is the linked one. Okay, from MouseHunt itself. So I'm gonna see if I can get. How do I? Let me just get the link for that. Copy, paste. This is nuts. All right. Let me just post it in this chat. Go to this one. Double trouble. All right. Oh boy. I don't know how that happened. That's so annoying. So the way it normally works, because we've only just been using this method for like a month now. We like pre-set up the stream and kind of like, set the time, the start time, the description, the title, the, icon if we, use anything good for that. And then it like gives us the stream key and all that. And I had that set up. I did that. And then I like went to host it and it's like, you need to create a new stream. So, oops. All right. Let's see, do we have, okay, boom, all right, suddenly people popping in here, great. Still a few kind of stragglers, I suppose, or maybe just reloading. Oh, okay, reloading, good work. Let me start over. All right, hello, welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition, everyone. I'm sorry for the kerfuffle. Just to reiterate, there was some kind of mix-up with YouTube where I had set up the stream the other day. That's how it's supposed to be done. But when I went to actually host it, it's like, you don't have one, so set up a new one. So I did. Now it required coming to the new channel or new stream, whatever. Okay, we're here. We have mostly everyone coming in from the old stream. Oh, hey, Watch. Hi, buddy. You have a good time outside? Welcome, everyone. All right, so what we are working on today is we're working on a brand new boss for the Floating Islands expansion. It's for the tactical floating islands. He's a good dog. And I've been having a lot of fun with this, but I'm putting it to myself to finish this today because that is the deadline that I have on it. It's got a lot of detail, hard to kind of reel it in, but thanks to being a live stream, I got you guys to keep me in line. So I'm going to move this out of the way since I'm not actually working on that. Boop. Pop over to Photoshop. I just had this open because I was talking about where we can kind of like bring it in. I wanted to tweak a little kind of element of the lighting, maybe touch up the gem before I finally upload it, so that I don't forget to keep reminding people that it exists, that we can use it for stuff. So I'll do that after stream though. How's everyone doing? You guys have a good time with Dave last week? I'm gonna pop it in my chat. All right. My audio is working this time as well, which is nice. I guess I don't want it that tall. There we go. All right.
What a nice face.
It's a beautiful face. Thank you.
I didn't say that.
Well, it is a nice face. All right. Let me just make sure I have the chat floating on top. Yeah, I would have had all this set up, but then I had to like fight what stream was going. All right, we are here. So, as you can see, we have a very excited mouse piloting a very punchy-looking robot. As the tactical paragon, they are the leader of their crew. The mice who love to invent using steampunk and the likes. So a lot of the characters on their island have, gizmos and gadgets galore, and I figured that their leader would be, someone who just has their own, mech, because that's just the most fun way to do it, I think. So today it is mostly about just rendering it out. So you're going to be seeing kind of like how I paint metals and stuff. Obviously there's a fair amount of kind of like base. Ooh, that's so pretty. Very nice. A fair amount of base kind of render done on it. And because it's kind of a boss, we're putting them on a backdrop. I believe that you saw a decent amount of the shadow paragon. I've since finished that up, and it has kind of like the island represented in the background as well, which is pretty fun. But yeah, so for these ones, we're going all out on them. But obviously, we want to make sure we deliver this to you guys in a reasonable amount of time while still being able to add all the extra cool bits that we want. So deadlines are important. Yeah, all right. Let's see. Yeah, I'm also glad Dave is feeling better. He was pretty sick for a while, so you're a little worried, but he's all good. All right. Gizmos and gadgets aplenty. Doesn't seem to be a lot of steam. Well, that is a fair point. We can address that and add more steam. I do have kind of like a steam pipe of sorts. Maybe it's just smog, but yeah, I think we could have kind of like vents and jets kind of blasting steam. I do call it steampunk, but I suppose there could be a lot more of that kind of actual element to it. Boilers and building up pressure in canisters and more gears and cogs. This one's certainly more advanced looking than a lot of the other characters in the area. I'm not sure who you've seen from the area, so I don't want to, go around and start showing them all, because spoilers, and I want you guys to meet them on your own. But I feel like you've seen the sketches for a few of them. There was kind of like the like gyrocopter character. I think that was the first tactical mouse that we created for this area. So that was fun. But yeah. The four wardens have indeed been decided and created. So we do have Warden of Gusts. The names are, subject to change at any rate, but basically wind. We do have a rain, frost, and a fog. And so, although there's a little kind of like overlap with the Machu Picchu kind of themes there, um, we felt it still worked pretty well, especially since those mice kind of exist as their own kind of like force of nature entity. It would make sense in its own way. Um, so those are pretty epic looking. I'm enjoying them. Um, but since these characters are kind of like higher tier and harder to get to, I want to make sure that these look even more epic. So that's what we're working on today. So I'm working with a slightly different method today. I basically did the sketch. Ooh, I'll take this gray and put it back there. There we go. I basically did the sketch, and I've been using this method a little bit more, but I sketched on many different layers is the thing, so that kind of changed things a little bit. But as you can see, these are all of these layers here on the right are all just sketch layers. So I had the background, I had kind of like a glow because I was trying to determine a little bit of the value structure for this. The mouse, I just needed to kind of like have that stand out. So I wanted high contrast for the cockpit area, right? Draw attention to the mouse in the center by having a dark on light contrast. So it's nice and punchy. And yeah, I was just kind of building it up in a few different layers. This is the mouse itself, the tail, most of the mech, the front leg, and the front arm. And that's just because I needed to kind of like shift them around and adjust them, and I didn't want to have to like keep repainting or resketching kind of like all this machinery just to kind of move it slightly and decide, oh no, I want to move it over here instead. So having those on separate layers allowed me to kind of like overlap and kind of like hide portions of the sketch more comfortably. And as you can see, I sketched it up on a gray backdrop, and this is something I'm doing for like a lot of the mice nowadays. Um, that allows me to sketch with kind of like white and black, so I can kind of like figure out my values as I'm drawing it. So, for example, the cockpit having that backlit actually might be better to see this with higher contrast. Um, so it's a little intense right now, but because it's a sketch, you know, it always gets kind of smushed down quite a bit, so it's okay to go pretty far with it. But yeah, this was a sketch that I worked on earlier in the week. I certainly had a lot of fun with it. It went a little far, probably, because trying to, you know, motor through these, but at the same time want to have a lot of fun with it. And I'm weird. I enjoy kind of drawing weird gizmos and machinery, even though it doesn't really make sense, probably, if you actually tried to figure it out. That's actually Alex's Discord. Yeah, they're very popular. Um, yeah, so that's the sketch. Here is the island here that I was kind of having for grabbing elements and it's kind of bottom right. I hid a bit just so that I could kind of like draw around it. But yeah, I'm using this as kind of a reference for the style guide of what I want it to look like, because ultimately this boss character represents their island, and that's kind of one of the elements of the Paragons. Is I want them in a scene on their island, and I want them to feel like they are a part of it, right? So basically, this color scheme, which is all of the kind of like text stuff, is this kind of coppery orange. Um, so I have that there as a reference, and then I was just blocking in the kind of, ooh, that's pretty neat with the contrast that high, actually. So one of the things I'm doing differently, which I was trying to get to, but I just kind of got sidetracked, was the actual, the sketch layer. Normally I just use it as a multiply, but when I do that, it doesn't bring through the lights. So that white backdrop that I included some highlight ideas of where I want there to be that attention to detail. Normally I don't always put that in the sketch, but at this time I did because it was so detailed. So I'm trying out an overlay layer, but because of that, when I color behind it, it kind of mixes the sketch into it in a different way than I used to. So like the lights have a lot more kind of just saturation to it. Like see near the kind of the cockpit how it's kind of like got that like colorful glow. Um, I'm enjoying the effect that it's giving me for the metals in particular. Um, so basically what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to take this overlay sketch and actually just merge it into the illustration itself, because if I turn off the sketch, it looks pretty good. There's like values and it's getting clearer. Originally when I first did this, it looked like just a blobby mess and it was hard to see what was going on. But I like what the overlay of the sketch is adding to it. So maybe I'll bring it up more than I had it. So before I was looking at it, and I usually have my sketch at about 30%, because I feel like, oh, I can kind of like see where all my tones and colors and stuff are at, but I can still see the sketch pretty clearly. And then normally what I do is I just keep dropping the sketch down to like 10%, and then eventually the ultimate goal is to have it completely gone, so that it's just the painting. But just based off of the feeling that having the sketch in it has given this, I think I'm gonna try and include it. So I'm gonna maybe have it at like 62%. I actually kind of like how concentrated and punchy the values are. I'll maybe knock it back in a number of areas, but I like how dark it goes in some parts. So maybe like this much contrast in some parts, and then like, oops, did I just move? Okay. And then like have it like be toned down in other parts. So something like that, some kind of mix between them. Wow, it's a lot of deleted messages. Thank you for moderating. I missed what all that was, but I appreciate it. Sorry you see all of this in the video because it's, you know, my account looking at the chat, so I get to see all that fun stuff. Yeah, sorry if I'm overlooking everyone's chat here. Let me just make sure I've not missed anything. Yeah, the legs look really thin to be able to support such a large frame. Who needs leg day when you have science? I wanted to go with that stylistically. I'm a little inspired by, what is it, Creature Box? I think it's Creature Box, but they always kind of like really push their shapes to the extreme. I'm nowhere near pushing it as far as they do, but I enjoy the concept of this like very small, thin leg with just massive structure it's supporting. I just think it's kind of fun. So that's what I was going for. Originally, it didn't have this kind of little kind of hooked platform at the bottom, and it was just like a little point that it went to, and that was a little much. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, if this thing is capable of holding up all of that with these tiny little legs, it must be pretty advanced and cool. So that's kind of what I was hoping that conveys. But you know, if it doesn't land on that, then you know we can tweak it. We can give it like massive platform feet that it's, you know, grounded on top of. I can leave that up to you guys to decide if you prefer that, because that's why I like to do these live. You know, I want to get your input and, you know, have you guys help shape the design. And then, you know, when it goes into game, you can kind of, you know, be proud that you were a part of creating this. You know, a lot of the characters, traps, and all kinds of stuff in the game were literally shaped by the audience taking part, and even having little Easter eggs hidden inside the art here and there. So yeah. Yeah, okay, so as mentioned, legs look a little small. lots of rounds of chat, which is fair. You know, we did have that rounds of stream last week, so how did people enjoy the letters to Ranza? That was obviously a new concept that we were kind of like, hope this is a good thing. Yeah, Dave originally was asking my input on if we should try something like that, where it's like, oh, should we just have it be a complete surprise that she's coming? And I'm like, people know that she's going to show up eventually, and everyone plans for it or tries to that know about it. So you know what? What if we did it more like, you know, where you get to actually talk about what you'd like to see come and give us great ideas and stuff. So I think it was quite valuable, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Um, legs are fine. All right, let's see. Let's see. The more you ask, the further away she is. Maybe, because then you know we'll be like, oh, that's a great idea. We should totally add that. But when we do, it'll push it back a little bit. But they'll like it. You know, they'll get that thing. But yeah, so one day she will arrive. All right, legs are fine. Legs look like steel mouse. Yeah, no, actually, that was definitely one of the things when I redrew, repainted the steel mouse. I definitely kind of like went for that feeling of like it's dexterous, has that kind of great balance capability standing on those tiny little limbs. Um, oh no. Whole letters to Ronza made me feel insecure about the amount of gold I have. That's probably because the chat is like, oh man, like, I got 300 million gold. Because you guys are like that. All your millions and billions of gold. I do not have that. Okay, let's actually do art, guys. It's only been 22 minutes since the stream was supposed to have started. So here we have the backdrop as well. I'm going to add a little bit of layer of haze to it. Give it that kind of like almost smoggy feel because I want that, you know, just tech has taken over and it's changed the kind of atmosphere in that area. To be fair, the design of the island itself is just hunks of rock that have been just rebuilt with technology slapped all over it. You know, that whole thing up there. So I think that would be neat. And then also if it's steampunk, you know, steam is just, it's a very humid island to be on with all this machinery, maybe not the best. So I'm also going to give this a flip so that I can kind of like get a fresh look at it. And this is actually the angle that I started the image from. As you can see, if you were part of the drawing for the tactical island, this is the orientation it was intended to be in. So, let's see. All right, I'm gonna actually, you know, do stuff. So we could do a little on the background right now, or kind of keep at the mouse. I think what we could do is try and integrate the sketch a little bit. So one way that I think this could be done is taking relevant layers, so like the shoulder, the torso, the leg, the tail. I think I can leave the mouse on a different layer until we actually draw the mouse inside, which I think we'll do soon. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually merge these layers into the actual, like, um, the the painted portion. So I'm going to grab all four of these. These are the actual bot stuff here. See, so I ripped it out of the group that made it an overlay layer. So now they're just normal layers, and those are now back at 100% opacity, and I'm going to merge them together so that they're just one layer. And now I'm going to bring it down to the mouse, still above the mouse here, but let's see. Okay, so this is the cockpit, the mouse itself. This is kind of like some of the glowing bits that are merged with the actual mech. I think I can smush that down onto the layer below. safely. So I'm going to do that. The mouse is still on its own here. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to bring this sketch. So this is just the mech sketch here, and this is the actual kind of paint of the mech itself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a handy little thing that Photoshop and some other painting programs can do, where you you actually like connect a layer above into a layer below. And to do this in Photoshop, holding Alt and clicking between the two layers, it basically makes it so that the layer that's linked into it this way, I forget what it's actually called, it'll only show its information of that layer if there are pixels that exist in the layer it's kind of connected into. So I can kind of give a quick example of this. If I like slide this around, see how it disappears when it's like not where the actual painting is? So basically I've kind of cleaned up all the excess sketch, all the kind of like, let me unlink it for a second. See how like there's kind of like some messiness on the outsides, and this overlaps in a different spot. So that just kind of cleans it up. It, you know, makes it fit this layer perfectly. And then I'm going to turn this back into an overlay and drop this down to, let's say, 62%. And then I'm going to put a layer mask on this layer. And what this does is it lets me paint into this layer where I can hide it. If I paint on this kind of box on the right for the layer mask in the bottom right here, if I paint black, it causes everything in that layer to just hide and disappear, right? And if I paint white, it reveals it. So basically, it allows me to erase away that layer without actually removing or destroying that information that exists. So I could erase away a whole part, and then I'm like, oh no, I actually want to bring that back. I can then, you know, paint white onto that part that I want to bring back, and it unhides it. It reveals it. So it's just a nice way to kind of like, you know, push and pull elements without removing all that information permanently. So there's probably many different ways to do it, but this is what I thought of for kind of working this sketch into the painting itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to the my main brush, which is just kind of like a pressure sensitive brush that, you know, I'm just very used to working with. It's honestly the simplest brush that exists. And then I'm gonna kind of go through and try and push back wherever I can. So I kind of want, I want to figure out where do I want the eye to go, where is the interesting contrast for this piece. And I'll leave a little bit punchier kind of detail of the sketch in those areas. And then where I want it to just lose some information and just kind of like become a little simpler to look at, I'll tone it down perhaps. So stuff like the fist here. I feel like this is kind of like an area of interest. You know, hands, faces, those are things your eyes are already trained to look at. And so you want to look at those things and see the interesting detail. What is it doing? You're going to want to look at that. So I'm going to leave it with a little bit more contrast, but I'm gonna knock it back in a couple of spots. So this wire here, I can tone it back. I'll just kind of like ease it up on the outer edges too, because I want to remove that kind of outline that it creates. So I think those knuckles are probably good to leave in for the most part. Pull that back a little bit, just got a little dark in those spots. Maybe pull it back here too. And then like later on when I'm kind of doing a more finished pass, I'm gonna kind of paint over top of all of this to like make it behave exactly how I want. Because right now I'm kind of like merging two layers that I don't necessarily know how they're going to interact perfectly. Seeing what they do, having happy accidents, like this kind of glow on the cockpit was a happy accident. I love how that turned out, and I didn't intend for it to kind of that way exactly. So I'm glad that it did work like that. But then, yeah, closer to the final pass, I can kind of make sure to adjust all that directly exactly how I want it. So I'm going to lighten that up a bit. I feel like it's just a little intense. Let's see. Notice that the chat was wiggling by and I wasn't looking at it. Yeah, we could tweak the base of the feet to just look a little more sensible. I was kind of the pose that I'm going for with this is basically it's like kind of popped up onto one foot to like kick. So that was kind of like the intention behind the this gesture. Like it kind of threw its arm up, and so its leg that's in the air is like about to just like pop out and like punch or well kick, you know, whatever its target is. So that was kind of the idea behind it, and so it's kind of counterbalancing with the tail as well. It'll be a little more obvious when I can drop a shadow below everything. But yeah, it might feel a little off balance, so we can tweak as we go. Let's see. All right, finished my morning coffee. The true question is, can I use that fade effect with the triangle tool? I absolutely can. That is absolutely something that is doable. Will it work well? We shall see. Maybe it will. Happy accidents are possible. So it definitely adds a little bit of texture to it. I think this would be a good trick for the backdrop. Maybe I'll force myself to try this just a little bit more, just to do like kind of an overall value pass on it. So if I kind of drop it down into grayscale, this will force me to look at it as just lights, darks, midtones. And an important thing for something to read clearly is to make sure that those are blocked out effectively, so that there's kind of like almost like shapes that hold together throughout the piece, and then where there's like dark directly on light, that's where you want the eye to go, and then like light to mid-tone, mid-tone to dark is more kind of like lower intensity, lower contrast. So this side here, right now I'm implying that the light is coming in from the top right, right? You can see these highlights on the shoulders up here. Most of the lit surfaces are kind of like the top surface and to the right. So it's coming in from the top right, right? So any surface that's kind of rotated away to the bottom left is going to be in shadow. And so there's a lot less kind of, you know, bright stuff there. And what I might do to like make that even clearer is darken it even further. And just kind of like let that, you know, fall into shadow even more. And then we can push and pull later when we want to add extra fine details. But as an overall pass, I think that's good to do. Also, the cockpit itself, I'm kind of implying it has a bit of a glow to it. So there's kind of like this rim light on the inside of the shoulder cap here, and you know, around the fringes of this. So I think it has such a neat looking effect. I'll preserve that and kind of use that to make the image even cooler looking. And then also it helps draw attention where I want it to go, right? Into that mouse who's piloting this thing. So, okay, how do I want to do this? I'm using the triangle as requested. So I'm going to look for areas that I want to tone down a little bit first. So I think kind of anywhere that has like way too much detail that it doesn't really need. So for example, the this kind of arm up here, it has kind of like all these, you know, divided segments in the kind of like plates and stuff, so it can rotate and maybe kind of like pull in and out or something like that. And it's just got like a lot of kind of, you know, specific high contrast lines, and I'm just going to knock that back. I don't think it needs to be super, you know, detailed out. Stuff in shadow is often safer to kind of like lose detail as well, because there's less light going in, less detail comes out. So I'm just going to knock all that back a little bit. Everything back here in shadow I'll even knock back a little bit, but I might darken it later, just so that the kind of the value structure is kind of squished down, so there's less contrast, right? So it's a small range of kind of like darker colors, whereas where we want the eye to be attracted to, there's a bigger range of contrast, lots of highlights and shadows nearby, and it just kind of, you know, it's interesting. There's something happening there. So I'm just knocking these back a bit. The internals of that can go back a bit. I don't want to lose all of my detail specifics, and because it's such a crunchy brush, it's kind of, you know, making it a little bit fuzzy, and I'm not sure if I want that ultimately. But hey, just trying out some stuff. Let's see how that is affecting the colors though. Okay, so I want to lose these kind of outline areas. On the very outer edges, I don't need line work to, you know, show me that that is, you know, a different surface. So I can do that all with painting. Knock that back, knock that back, down here. Same thing in this upper arm here. Pull that back too. Let's see what else. There are 8 tower types confirmed for the Floating Islands expansion. Does anyone know what ones are involved? So there's 8 bosses that we're drawing as well, which is pretty awesome. Never had an area with as many bosses. There's a lot to do and a lot to discover in the area, which is pretty exciting. Hope you guys are looking forward to it. So I think there's something funky going on with these fingers. Like, it kind of looks like I might have made 4, which is not correct for what I did for the other side and in general the mice. So I am probably going to have to redo this little finger area here. No worries though, as long as I remember to do that. Turn that back a bit as well. Okay, so I'm basically doing an overall kind of pass with this very textured triangle. So hopefully this doesn't make my life more difficult. Kind of, you know, just ending up blurring out some of my information to work with. That's okay though. Okay, so that, I think there's going to be a bit of bounce light going on the inside of the arm here, so that's fine. Don't have to use the triangle tool for everything. I mean, I appreciate the suggestion, and I know that that wasn't your request, but I decided to challenge myself with it because I don't do enough of that. And why not do it live? That's kind of the thing I like to do is challenge myself to something that I don't know if it'll work or not in front of an audience. So I don't bother with that, you know, all that much when I'm just working away on my own. It's kind of neat though. It has like this static effect going on, you know, like fuzzy TV static, um, and it still has the information there, but it's kind of like just it loses some of the specificness, which I think is good. I think that's good. Um, so we will use this. Okay, so that's integrating the sketch into the actual kind of render, the final render. And what I want to do is I want to, you know, work from this point and go further with it. So I want to work on top of this. So I could either merge this down into this render, which is totally doable. But maybe I'll want to kind of, you know, tweak this a little bit. Maybe I'll want to bring back some of it. Maybe I'll want to hide more of it. So I'm going to leave it as its own layer for now. I'll leave it with the kind of tweaking we've done to it. Just going to take a quick look, see if this looks any different, kind of knocking the opacity up and down. What happens if I'm at full opacity? You can see just how crunchy it feels, right? There's a really kind of grungy feel to it, which is kind of neat. And you can see I didn't hit it absolutely everywhere. I'll do a little more here. Oops. On the wrong layer. Do a little more back here. Same with the kind of outer edges of these. Boom. Okay. So that works. I don't know. I'm trying new stuff. Why not? So I'm going to knock that back down. That seems like a fair kind of place for that to be in terms of how intense it is. I think what I might do is come in with a little bit of kind of recovery on it. So I'm gonna switch to my white, which when I paint into the mask, it reveals what I've hidden. So I'm just gonna go around and try and pick out a few parts that maybe I want to make sure it has just a little bit more of that definition. And so just going around and just kind of picking a few places to do that. So maybe just the inside edge of this where it gets nice and dark. That kind of crease in there. Edge here, perhaps. Let's see what else. Maybe just, nah, I don't want it there. Okay. You know what? I think that's good. I think that's good. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go a layer on top, and we're going to do kind of a quick pass just to push and pull little bits and pieces. Maybe we'll try and like give a different kind of level of, you know, or maybe try different material on surfaces. For example, the shoulder plate up here, this cap here has kind of like a different texture to it or a different material, so it has a different kind of value overall. So maybe like swapping out a few parts to have this darker surface, so that there's some nice kind of shapes that we can kind of create. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a new layer. This one's still linked to the main layer. And we're going to go around and just kind of specifically tweak things. So one of the things that I think will be nice for it is we're going to want to have kind of like the sky color in here. So let's just quickly drop in. It's the Paragon area, so it's not just blue skies. It's actually kind of more stormy and purple going on. But not all of the kind of bosses have that look to it, so I don't think it's super important to make sure it has that. So I'm just kind of giving it a little bit more range of color in here. So we have these oranges and blues, which complement each other, so it's nice and punchy. But for the sky itself, I'm keeping it quite muted. I don't want it to be very saturated, so I'm actually maybe even going to knock that back. It's kind of hazy feeling right now, which is good. And then I can kind of maybe come in with like a cloud brush. And let's get like this gray kind of haze. I do have a cloud brush. Where are you? Aha, cloud. So let's just grab a gray, lighten it up just a little bit, and that's probably okay. And just a little something to kind of give some interest to the backdrop here. It's probably not the best brush for what I want, but it'll do for now. I can always kind of modify this later. Just knock that back even further. Let's see. So that's without the background sketch or the mouse sketch. So we can just barely see these clouds kind of, you know, rolling around up here. But then you can clearly see it's kind of spewing out of this pipe back here. We'll concentrate it even more there. That's probably pretty decent for just kind of a background to kind of, you know, break this shape. So we have this kind of, you know, this action line where this mouse is kind of lifting up, and then there's this kind of like hazy kind of fog that's kind of going through in kind of the mirroring direction. So maybe that's interesting compositionally. It's not my strongest thing, but I try. Just kind of knock that down just a little bit. Make sure it feels like that direction is a little more intentional. So yeah, it's going to be cutting across. Oop. So I'll scroll through the chat. All right. All right. Yeah, we've been wanting to do this area for a long time, years. So I'm very thrilled that we've finally kind of like, you know, figured out what we want it to be and been working really hard at it. I'm super excited about everything that I've been seeing kind of coming together. Param and Andrew have been doing a lot of the HUD stuff, and they've been kind of adding to the like the assets that we created for them. They've been kind of like giving them extra life and stuff. So they've been showing us examples of kind of like little you know, kind of like fun kind of animation tweaks that they did to things, and I just really think that it adds so much life to it. Being able to see the HUDs in action is real exciting, because that's kind of like a good amount of the gameplay feeling what you're doing. It's kind of interacting in those, and so like having that kind of punchy juice where you get this exciting feedback happening is what it's all about. So it's very fun to see that coming to life, and yeah, I'm just really overall very excited for this area because I want to play it. Okay, cool. So we kind of added a little bit of something to the backdrop, just so that having a kind of rim light, which is where I was going to go to, will be a little bit more readable on this. So I have this new layer that I added to the mech itself, right? So here's our mech. The sketch we kind of like tweaked a little bit here. Now we have a new layer above that. And what I'm going to do is just kind of refine specific details with it. So we're working with a metallic surface, and the way light works on metallic surfaces is because it's reflective, it kind of acts differently than if it were just, you know, like a matte surface where, you know, you have an object like a a basketball or whatever, and it's not reflective, it's not metallic sheen kind of thing going on. You can have the light coming in from one angle and walk around it, and the lighting on it will stay consistent. You know, you'll have kind of like this area is lit, and this area is kind of in shadow underneath. But if it's metallic, depending on your viewing angle, you'll see different things happening to it. You know, like you could see kind of the light itself reflected on this spot of the ball, but when you walk around it, that reflection will move along with it. And so, you know, trying to like get that feeling into a static image is, you know, something that takes a little bit of uh, magic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of create just some reflections and just trying to, you know, give that feeling. So what I want to do is have kind of like a lot of the saturated colors come from bounce lights from the metal kind of reflecting onto itself. So you'll get like nice saturated metal colors. The actual main light source coming in is going to be maybe more like the sun. So it's going to have kind of like a really wide range of color that it's scattering. So it's like a white light. So it's going to reflect all of the colors, the whole spectrum. So, you know, this being kind of the coppery, orangey kind of, you know, metallic, it's going to reflect all of that light spectrum. But for my rim light, or kind of the enhancing light that I'm going to give a little more depth and character to this piece with, I'm going to have that be this hazy sky color. So a lot of the light has been filtered out by the smog, these clouds, the sky itself, you know, creating this kind of just atmosphere of light that kind of comes in from all different angles. I'm going to have that be a more muted color. It's going to, you know, not reflect all of the warms and oranges and stuff. So I'm going to go with more of a gray or purple. And hopefully that'll allow me to kind of create a little more interesting depth to it. And I don't think that it can go like purple so much because the actual material itself, if it doesn't have purple that it reflects out, it just won't reflect that. So you won't see those colors. So I need to kind of respect what the material is to be able to like show certain colors. So basically what I could do is take the actual color that I've given it. So it's this very saturated kind of brown orange here. And to kind of take it towards a blue, instead of like rolling into blue, I can actually just go towards gray. And if you had a color wheel, you'd actually kind of see it heading towards blue in that sense. So I'm not actually like reflecting blue, I'm just kind of removing the kind of saturation, and that can kind of make it feel more blue. So that's specifically the kind of trickery that I'm working with right here. And honestly, this is like an extremely saturated image, and I kind of want to tone the whole thing down so that I can have some strong saturation in a few spots, as opposed to the whole thing being very saturated. So I almost wonder if I could do a new layer here. And this is like another kind of like, do it live, see what happens. I don't normally work this way. I'm just going to do an overall saturation pass. So I've taken the color that it did have, significantly lowered the saturation, and then just did a pass over the whole thing. Now right now this looks really muddy and gross, partially because the background has a lot of saturation still, right? So if I remove parts that are very saturated and it's just this, now it doesn't look as desaturated as before, but it's still very desaturated. So I'm gonna do the same thing for these then. Knock this all back into this kind of more muted blah. Sure. Okay. Bring the tail back. I'll just paint directly onto these. It's kind of bad color here. Here we go. Does that work? Sort of. Okay. So it's all very desaturated now. Again, doing it live, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. Maybe we won't go with this. But now that I've kind of done that pass, I'm going to come at it with a eraser. And this is just its own layer. And now where I want to kind of have that saturation return, so like the cockpit, for example, I liked it having all that kind of punchiness, right? So I'm going to bring that back. So I'm just erasing away that saturated layer. Where there would be kind of the light bouncing onto itself, that's where I want to have more saturation come through. Where the actual main light source that is like a nice clean white light is hitting things, it's going to have more saturation. But maybe not as strong as it was to start with, because that was just really, really saturated. And I think that was because of the overlay layer itself. It kind of like took what it had and it just kept amping it up, and that's why I had some happy accidents, but I also ended up with an extremely saturated piece. So these are, you know, indirect light here, so I'll let that kind of be a little more punchy. There's probably some bounce lights going on here, underneath this. Yeah, especially like down in this area, I feel like that's going to have a lot of bounce light going on. So that's fun. But now you can see that there's a little bit more direction to what is saturated and what's not. So I'm going to bring back the saturation on this fist, because that's obviously kind of important standing on its own. Let's see. Not looking at the chat consistently. Looking at it, wondering why there isn't a transparent pod/capsule for the cockpit, leaves them as super vulnerable, like a large target screaming, "Hit me!" Or is that just me? Part of the inspiration actually came from Alien, when Ripley is like fighting Alien in the cargo kind of mech thing, and it's basically just exposed. And I don't know, I just kind of enjoy that. Also, I don't know if the steampunk group that control the skies have like that kind of capability with glass. I'm sure that they probably would, but you know, they kind of like went all in on metal, maybe not so much on crystalline and silicates and stuff like that. So, and also like they're very reckless characters. You know, they're the goblins of D&D, or kobolds, if you will. They kind of, you know, create things that probably blow up in their face all the time. So safety isn't a priority, I don't think. Not for this crew. Like, they build insanely dangerous flying machines. That's their thing. Not a single one of them probably has a parachute. They don't understand that. What is that? Why would I need that? Okay, so yeah. So here it is with kind of like no control on the saturation, and here we are kind of, you know, reeling it in a little bit. So there's a little bit more kind of structure to the saturation, at least. It's a little more out of, a little less out of control, I guess. But now I feel more confident kind of bringing in the atmospheric, ambient kind of gray light, the hazy kind of reflections, that kind of feeling. So here we have kind of like pretty desaturated. We'll go nice and light though, so I can get some actual kind of highlights to define some surfaces. So like this edge here, very kind of like top edges of things where it's kind of rolling away, like to get a little kind of extra sharpness on just those parts. I think I can push that over a little bit. All right. Yeah, basically like the left side, I'm gonna have this kind of almost rim light, but it's like this haze, very little kind of color to this light source here. So probably should be a little softer even, just kind of wrapping around the surface a little bit. But it kind of helps, reveal the edges of things without drawing too much attention. So I'm going to knock that back. It's maybe a little bit too much. So this hose here could kind of have just a little bit there. Okay, so yeah, I'm just trying to get a little bit more information that's visible. I think that was a bit too intense. If I like went into grayscale suddenly, it's very dark on a lit area or a fairly bright area, so there's high contrast, and it also has this kind of smog in the background. So it being this dark, like that, kind of makes it less visible, but then it doesn't match the kind of value of everything else. So I'm just gonna knock it all back. I don't need to read that bolt very clearly. It's not an important detail. Don't need it to attract the eye. Pull that back as well. Maybe like the edge of this, I could kind of show there's kind of like a little lip on the surface there. Maybe this kind of hip ball joint here, I can kind of get a nice rim light going on that. It's kind of important to be able to see that because it helps show you how this leg is kind of popped out. It's, oh, okay, it's rotating around that. So I'm bringing some attention to it with that rim light, and then because this has a stronger rim light, I feel better about kind of bringing that onto these surfaces. Feels a little more appropriate to punch that up just a bit now, because they're now able to compare with it. Okay, so that feels pretty good. Bringing the color back, you can see how very desaturated that is, but now there's kind of like a difference of importance of like, oh, this very colorful is kind of important compared to the back area where it's not as colorful. But now I can kind of like see some interesting details, but I kind of have to look for it, but at least I can read it well now. Knock that back just a little bit more. Yeah, it does look like a trap right now, and that's fair because you can't actually see the mouse I will return that sketch. There we go. Sketch is now over top of the tail, but that'll be fixed. Let's see. Oh, yeah, bring that back in as well so you can see a little bit more of the value structure. I think the mouse itself is definitely going to go darker. So let's see. Oh, it's a cat sneeze. Let's just go darker there. You know that. I'm not quite sure how exactly I want to handle this part right now. I kind of like this idea of like just a glow from like all over, and they're backlit and stuff, and because there's so much glowing, all the like machinery behind there is a little hazy and blown out, so it's harder to kind of see all that. That's kind of what I'm imagining it could look like, but I'm not totally sure how I'll handle it. So we'll get there. Maybe we'll finish up this kind of like backlighting pass, this rim light pass, and then we'll attempt the render on the mouse. And that'll probably take us up to lunch. And then we can kind of like tackle the background and then do another pass on it to like make sure it all feels balanced. So I think that's pretty good. Okay, so back to this. You can kind of see it with and without that, you know, like here it's like, it looks fine, but here it feels a little more 3D. There's a little more maybe depth going on with it. I might actually bring this out further so that whole kind of like panel back there falls back even more maybe. I almost think the background is even more saturated than it should be at this point. Interesting. I must admit, the triangle texture does change this a little bit. Added challenge accepted. Okay, so then this up here. Oh, also, if it suddenly gets excessively noisy, literally the unit next door to ours is being renovated, and like they've been using like pneumatics and jackhammers and stuff recently, so it might get real loud. So I apologize if that's the case. It's awful. Like it's been so loud at points that I've been like listening to, you know, a YouTube video or whatever with my headphones on, and it's so loud that I cannot hear what people are saying at all in it. So just a heads up, maybe if you are listening to headphones, you can preemptively kind of turn it down just in case. I haven't heard them doing the jackhammer thing for a while, so they probably won't. I think they're just kind of like installing stuff at this point instead of demolishing things, but I just want to make sure that no one has a bad time. Okay, so just kind of working in a little bit of structure to the light here. This is probably fine. What I might do soon is like merge these all together, and then I can kind of like smush stuff around and blend it, because there's a lot of crunchiness that I think will look nicer and more metallic once I kind of like buff it out, right? It's very scratched up at the moment. Yeah, pressure gauges should totally have stuff like that, I agree. There's certainly a lot of kind of good steampunk elements that this is missing, and we can add such things. I don't think I would really get this sharp a light here, but what that's kind of helping is to just kind of like allow us to see that shoulder plate over top of everything else. So I'm going to allow it. Have artistic license, and you can kind of break reality with it if it kind of makes it better to look at. So I'm just going to try and respect that light that I've given myself there, though, at least in this immediate area. And just kind of do that. I don't know, maybe it's mushing it all together a little too much right there. I'll knock it back here. Let that kind of silhouette in front of the sky. Right on. All right. Okay, I'm gonna keep at this really quick. Try and kind of do my pass on the whole thing, and then I'll be able to merge it down, kind of like clean up stuff, because I kind of want a little bit more control over it. Again, this is like a method that I'm not used to working with. Like normally, I remove the sketch and I just kind of keep rendering this until it gets to that point, right? But how will I learn if I always do it the same way, right? So here we are, making it more difficult. So maybe we'll learn something out of it by doing this. I'll try and come away with this having a new method for things, right? So I don't think that is quite right there. I'll leave that right now. I kind of like this obscure, I don't quite know what's happening in here. There could be like lots of little, you know, moving parts that are just masked, which is kind of neat. Let's get this leg down here. We can kind of bring a little bit of detail into it. Imply some kind of mechanical plates and moving bits. Oh yeah, the cat that sneezed was Pika. Thank you. Alright. This is harder than I expected. But soon I will mush it all into one layer and then I'll have full control again. And then I'll say, why did I do that? Now I can't manipulate this layer. So just about where I want to be. I'll probably get some good bounce light because it's like facing down at the ground. The ground is going to actually be fairly decently lit. But that'll kind of like come into play once I've kind of rendered more of it, including the background. I feel like we gotta fix this hand though. Should we do it right now? Or it'd probably be easier once I've merged things though. Instead of having to paint over things on 3 different layers, I'll just have to paint one layer. So I'll wait. I just don't want to forget. Okay. So I've got some strong highlighting with this going on this arm. Maybe it's a bit much. But I also don't hate it right now. Punch it up a bit here too. So I feel like it would definitely be able to, like if I'm gonna get this strong of you know, reflections and stuff, I should probably at least do that over here. This will, having this secondary light going on like this is going to help kind of create a metallic feel, by the way. Kind of having light, dark, light, mid-tone stuff happening where kind of you have these staggering sets of kind of values is one method to kind of like very quickly and easily say, hey, this is shiny metal. This is a reflection. Because just simple Limburtian lighting doesn't kind of do that. You don't have kind of like just, you know, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark kind of, you know, structure. It's just kind of light, 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 middle, 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 dark, dark, dark. So that probably made no sense. Okay. Let's see. It's so weird working with the sketch just integrated into it. I've done it before in the past. But usually it's a lot simpler a drawing too, where it's just kind of like, oh yeah, that's the Gnosis outline, and I had scribbled in the kind of value structure, so it's easy to just work with that in it. So that's good. Knock it back a little bit here. Just went a little bit too bright comparison to there. All right. So now, before and after. Let's see what it looks like without the sketch. That's not bad, right? Like, it feels flatter, but it's also smoother because I didn't use the triangle brush. Which this feels more metallic to me. It's more kind of like flat and slick and polished, which is required for metal to look metal. If it was really textured, it wouldn't have that kind of shine. It would reflect all over the place, like a stippled or brushed metal kind of like has that element where it's a little more diffused lighting overall. You don't get these strong highlight kind of edges and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to merge them all together. Because I'm like that. All right, I think I'll darken the tail first and make sure that this sketch, you know what, I'll just put you behind the mouse. Other than the mouse itself. You can come in front. Here we go. I'll bring you in here. You belong here. You can become an overlay. And I'll knock you down as well. Okay. Now the tail is in front of the structures behind. Let's make that colored a little more appropriately. Use the main but textured brush just to match everything else. Same with the hose here. Making it feel like it belongs with everything else around it. We're about to merge it all together. And maybe get a little bit of color bouncing up onto the tail here as it's kind of light bouncing off of the floor into it. Maybe not that saturated, but something. And then I think when we render the backdrop, that'll help pop that out as well. Because I'm going to have that kind of haze, that fogginess, kind of like, you know, push back more of the backdrop. So, good. Okie dokie. I think we're just about there. I did notice that there is kind of like some gaps here, so I'm just gonna fill those really quick. So I don't need to worry about those. Got 'em. Great. The tail is currently solid metal. I didn't actually end up doing anything with it. I was planning on like having it be segmented and maybe there'd be kind of like thicker, chunkier parts and gizmos coming off of it. So let's leave this as a separate layer then, so we can play around with that afterwards. Because I think that would be quite useful to do. So here it is without all the fiddling I've been doing. It's extremely saturated, toned back, tweaked a little bit. I think that's acceptable. All right, let's do it. Smushed. This is all one layer now, which means I can go in and just kind of clean it up a little bit more. So I want to, you know, make sure it does have a metallic feel. It's okay to have this kind of like scratch stuff in parts, you know, like, oh, maybe these shoulder plates have a lot of wear and tear, so I could imagine that, yeah, there would certainly be these kind of imperfections on the surface. This even looks like it could be reflected clouds. That looks great. But in the shadows, I kind of want to just control them just a little bit more. To be fair, I don't tend to use texture nearly as much. So when I see it, I kind of want to control it, reel it in a bit more. I do like it in this shadow here, though, where it's like, it kind of looks like, ooh, there could be like a whole bunch of stuff going on, but I just can't see it, right? So that feels appropriate there, so I'm going to leave it there. Kind of like this cast shadow that's just barely there on that surface. Smudge out just a bit of that. Kind of bring a little bit of the smoother metal feel to it, but then it's also still in the shadow, so like the edges aren't necessarily super defined. Yeah, I want to smooth out these arms here for sure. I feel like those would be really kind of like clean and polished feeling. This here, I actually wanted to look more like a segmented pipe, so I'm going to kind of add that back in. And then, yeah, I'm just going to buff out a few things that I think could look a little more smoothed out. I'm going to lock this layer down, the transparency, so I don't kind of end up with like blurry edges like that, right? It just kind of prevents me from messing up my edges here. I'm just going to smudge these together so the shadows are just kind of like absorbing things almost. There's lots of like potential for little gears and cogs in here, so I like the texture to kind of imply more of that. So I think it works well there. So we'll leave that. I'm going to bring some different kind of highlights and stuff into this in a bit maybe, because I think I can draw a little bit of attention and detail into that. Yeah, back here I think I'll just clean it up just ever so slightly. I like some of the unknown, some of the texture, but I also want to make sure that it feels metallic back here too, still. Oh, we got some hammering going on now. I don't know how much of it you'll be able to hear, but... Okay. So So we have lunch in half an hour. I'll make sure to get some kind of Larry link for you guys. So after lunch, you can kind of grab a little treat from Larry just for tuning in. And I like some of the texture here too. Leave that. Don't like that it had that kind of line on the edge there. Same here. Tasty ribs? You wish. One day, maybe. One day. You know, when we want to just blow up the market. Don't think that would ever happen. Okay. Now there's actually like little missing pixels there. Okay, now that this is all merged, I can fix this hand. So let's do that. So I'm going to do a quick layer on top just to see what in the world I had going on. So here is the thumb. Right? And this is kind of the palm back here. It's a hideous pink. Maybe I needed it to be that hideous to see it. Ugh. There we go. Okay. So I kind of had a knuckle type thing going on here. And then this would have been a finger joint. And I guess that's the first finger here, the index finger. It's kind of hard to tell what is going on. Probably why this ended up happening. And then I guess this is the second and third finger. So there are three, but I just think there was just too many greebly portions. Like this needs to be the second finger here. This needs to be the third, and that is at least a little more logical. Just too many little segments going on, I think. So I think it's mostly about just kind of the bottom part right here. So let's bring that and grab this. Just why not do it like this? Why not? That finger and that finger and that segment. All right. Now, if I had to sketch. And okay. I don't know if that's any clearer. I don't think it is. I think it's actually harder to see what's going on. So let me actually grab a more controlled brush so I can clean this up a little nicer. Try and make things read properly. So this is our thumb that's on top. We'll get some bounce lights happening down here. Seems okay. We have our kind of sky rim light going on here. It's probably overkill, but cool. So I can see the thumb now. Okay. Yeah, I could pull the thumb more towards the edge. That might be useful. Let's see. So here's kind of the fist that I'm trying to kind of create, right? So something like that. I need to like twist it even more. So it's like that. So seeing that, I could kind of maybe erase away a bit more of this finger. Maybe pull this knuckle out a bit more. Right? So this is like the first knuckle, and it's like, I just jumped layers. Apparently those hotkeys are back. It's not very clear there. Robot hands. Robot hand struggles. All right. So let's just try and really make this obvious. And then this finger was like up here when I kind of did the example of it. And like kind of really pointed towards us. And if I kind of leave a little more of a gap between the index and the middle finger, and then have the index finger kind of pointing this way, this one's pointing that way, this one's pointing this way, I think it represents a hand a little better than what I had. So maybe I don't even see that index finger properly. I think I just need to bring it in a bit more. I think it's just maybe this, like I'm trying to show it at a 3/4, but it's not quite working maybe. Maybe that, where there's more clear overlaps. This is awkward. Dumb angle. Okay. Could maybe make this come down a bit further. What do you guys think? It doesn't have the appropriate shading on it yet, but meh. Does it look like a hand? Does it make sense what the fingers are maybe doing? Let's bring this ring light here. Maybe that'll help reveal it. Big old pummeling hand. You got it. You got it. Alright. Hammer Fist the Small. That's a good name. I like it. I will recommend that. Okay, and then I want to have just a little more kind of depth of color coming into things. You know, it's a hand. It kind of deserves a little extra attention to it. I mean, I could honestly just, when rendering metal, just play around with it for hours, just pushing and pulling surfaces and reflections. It's very fun, and you can actually get pretty logical with it and really try and kind of resolve, oh, what would the light actually be doing? Pardon me. Frog in my throat. And I honestly actually really enjoy doing that. But if I did, that would be, we'd be here for a week. Like one of the things I would probably want to do is be like, oh, hey, you know what? It's this big metal thing, and these shapes are, you know, bending around, and it would actually be reflecting the cockpit and the main body here, and probably right here, cockpit there. And that'll probably look good if I do that enough, if I do it kind of everywhere. So I might leave a hint of that. It certainly helped with that kind of metallic feel where it's reflecting the environment around it. At the same time, kind of making sure to include that where appropriate would be so much work. I'm not sure if it would be worth doing it that way. But to get that good metallic feel, it is kind of about getting that light, dark, light combo where your kind of non-reflective surfaces would not have that property. But at least I can kind of use the light, dark, light thing to kind of like imply, oh, okay, so this dark, this reflection is the mech itself, so that at least kind of obeys that idea. And because it's like this internal glow, it's this warm light on warm metals, so I'm going to have it nice and saturated. And again, you know, like boom, suddenly it's like very contrasty and wild, and you know, kind of starts to get out of control if I go too far with it. Like this is suggesting a really kind of like fairly polished metal, and if anything, it would be like really picking up the environment and all the lights and bounce lights and surfaces and so much stuff that it's kind of like, okay, no, I'm going to tone it down. I want it to be controlled. It's not chrome, it's, you know, copper with a little bit of reflection to it. We don't need to go crazy. So this is like reflecting the kind of hazy blue sky with the gray clouds, you know. There's not a lot of warm light coming from that environment, let's say, so it's not getting those oranges and yellows coming through as much, but it's still lit, right? Maybe I'll get a couple of little greebly things here to kind of like pick them out a bit so that there's kind of this implied, oh hey, there's cogs and gears back here. I can't quite see what they're doing, right? So you can see that there is detail, but it's like not screaming for your attention. It's there though. But it's like such a muted light. And I'll just have that drop into darkness there. So it like has that kind of like layered over top feeling, right? This is occluding all the light down there. Same with this shoulder plate here, or maybe that's kind of, you know, so big and imposing that it's blocking so much of that light. Here maybe we're getting some light bouncing from the underside of this onto these pieces, so you get kind of that more saturated color coming through. Same within here, right? This big plate bouncing all that light into these shadows. And I want to kind of just remove a little bit of that extra crunchy texture on this. Let's get like some little detail to that there, just breaking up the surface ever so slightly. I hope that this is interesting to you guys. I don't like do machinery kind of rendering all that much, so I actually find this fun, but I don't know if it's too engaging. I do need to like add stuff that you guys have suggested though, so I should probably look for places to do that, like having pressure gauges and dials and stuff like that. Mice and mechs, still mice. Fair enough, fair enough. You right. You right. I feel like some people might be interested in kind of just weird technology rendering. I suppose if I'm interested, someone's also. And let's see. Maybe this underside of this plate is a little more saturated. Ow. Oh, my neck is so stiff. I don't know why. I just woke up with a very sore neck. Okay, so we're getting a little closer to lunch. We still have 20 minutes. I think it's coming along pretty nicely, though. I should probably be working on a layer attached to this one so that I can kind of like push and pull a little more aggressively and extreme, and then erase away if I don't like what I've done, and then merge it down when I do. That's usually the smart way to work. So here I just did that. I added a new layer and connected it using Alt and clicking between them. So now this is kind of tied into this layer, and I can't paint outside of it, right? But it allows me to get messy with it, make mistakes, and then pull back. And then I can decide if I want to use it or merge it, or throw it away. Something in between. So it's just I don't lose out on any of the control, so why wouldn't I use this method? It's just smart. I feel like this kind of darker toned metal could maybe have that more kind of brushed or speckled metal feel to it, so the light on that would be a lot more scattered. You wouldn't have like as concentrated highlights like on a nice polished surface that has kind of like clean shapes to it. If it's like a very textured surface, it's gonna kind of reflect light on all kinds of little divots and dents and perts. And so because the whole surface has divots and dents all over the place, and those are each catching the light and reflecting it, you end up kind of like having this scattered effect. So I like that texture being there. And it's just like a different color altogether, right? So let's do triangles for those. Just add a little highlight. Triangles. Maybe a little bit of warm into it. And I'm gonna just make a selection of this so it's nice and quick. All right. Just tone it back, but like have it be this wider highlight area. Just punch it up a little bit more. It's almost got a rusty kind of look to it there, which is kind of neat. So it's kind of like getting the light from the same angle, but it's scattering it out. So maybe we do something similar here. Found a really neat, just by accident, trick about the lasso tool, where if you hold Alt and then like click and draw, you can kind of like create, you know, whatever shape you want, but then you lift up and you click and it like draws a straight line from that point. It used to be just one or the other. Either use the polygon or just the freeform, and I wanted to use both, and I just now figured out that there is a way to do that. So I see that that is a cool possibility that I did not realize existed before. Because I don't normally make selections to like render something. I know a lot of people do it that way, but I just like using this kind of, using the layer where it's kind of connected to the layer below it to control shapes. I find that that's my method. Yeah, triangle is great for like rust and texture and wear. It's nice for this. I like that. I don't like how smooshy it is in here, so I'm going to bring a little more control with my handy dandy main brush, which is just a boring, basic, round brush where I have pressure sensitivity and shape dynamics so that the harder I press, the more opacity or flow it uses, and the bigger the brush becomes. But otherwise it is just a circle. Big, flat, plain, old circle. Okay, so I'm just bringing a little more clarity to that because I just felt it got a little too lost for what it was. And we can kind of like paint into the shadows and just kind of imply like clockwork stuff going on back here through like negative space. There's like a spring looking thing, one of those coil springs. Just more cogs. Maybe that's a lot, but I don't know, when you kind of like step back, it kind of reads as maybe gears and stuff in there. And since it's on another layer, I can just erase away and kind of like try and figure out what these shapes are. Bring a little bit more clarity to what they could be. Because I do want them to be a little obscure, I still want them to look like something, right? Otherwise it's just a mess. So I'm going to make this look more like a cog, but to make that read well enough, I'm going to make it quite big. So here's the little teeth on the sprocket. Maybe it's got its kind of center point for the axis to rotate around. And I'm just painting and erasing to kind of create that because it's its own layer there. So that might read a little bit better. Kind of see that it's maybe a cog now. Sure. Mary Poppins landscape with the purple and like that kind of the smoke on the rooftops. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't think that I want to have it be this punchy a purple. I think that, let me do something really quick. So grab this and just fill the whole thing with it. Now, saturation is still pretty high, huh? Oh, that's interesting. That's neat. Okay, so since this was desaturated beforehand, like the gray down here, see how like really kind of like muted that color is? It's practically just pure gray. When I use the saturation layer on top of that and it actually had more saturation to it, it pulled it up into a higher saturated range, and so now it's this like kind of punchy purple. So what if I bring this up? Now it goes back down, right? Now just the smoke is this funky purple. Weird. think I know how to do this. There we go. Just having it affect these building structures here. However, this also want to be affected. So I'll just merge that. Yeah, it's gonna be harder to work with if they're all merged. So I need that rock texture and this. And I don't like how strong and dark these are. These should be really toned down. Or like that. And these can be kind of maybe a little stronger in some parts. So the background kind of has a little bit of a presence before I obscure it with fog and smoke. Yeah. Let's just do a little bit of tempering of this right now while we're at it. Okay. And desaturate. And oh, you know what? I could just put these into a folder and then have this tied to that folder. So now everything inside that has that layer affecting what's in the folder, but now I can still kind of individually mess up those. Cool. Good. All right, feeling a little better about that. Let's just rack our brains though a little bit and take a look at what the island looks like. Very saturated. Kind of intentional because in the HUD I want it to kind of like pop out and look cool. It's got a lot of other things that can be on top of it, and those are pretty high saturated, so it being kind of in that same level, the whole HUD is honestly very saturated, so that's one of the reasons why I kind of had it punchy like that. I think I can bring a little bit more saturation out. Yeah, like bring more of this orange. Feels very gray. Which is okay. Let's grab this color here. This is kind of like the highlight where the metallic color is at when it's kind of like exposed to the light pretty effectively, pretty strong. Now I could do what I did before where there's like saturation pass. Just kind of bring it up again. Just like this. It's certainly a way to do it. But yeah, I don't want to go too far because I actually wanted to pull it back, right? I just felt like it was a bit much. So we lose the island. Am I going too far now? Almost feels like we're getting close. I think that is better though, with a little bit more punch to it. And like, there's still lots to do on it. Like, once we kind of like have all the highlights and shadows where we want them, and the textures and resolution of detail comfortably set where I want it, we can do all kinds of stuff like adjusting the kind of like the curves of the piece. And more recently, I haven't been doing a lot of like final render with you guys. I've been kind of like creating a sketch, doing just like the really first pass, and it's like a kind of not really well rendered out piece. It doesn't have the finished quality. I wanted to kind of go into the finish quality with this piece. That's why I started it with it mostly rendered. And we can kind of like spend some nice time on it because it is an important kind of boss, so it kind of has that affordance to spend a little bit of extra time, not more than, you know, would be appropriate, because obviously I want to make sure to hit deadlines, and today is the last day I want to work on this piece. But but that said, I want to do all the kind of like special techniques that you don't normally get to see when I'm not doing a finished piece, where we kind of do the final touches, the like extra fiddly, you know, doing kind of like extra colors on a layer above that, where I add purples and greens to this, and it's barely noticeable, but it just kind of adds a little bit of extra something to it, or at least that's the intention. Yeah, I wanna do a finished piece with you today. So I'm gonna get a little bit of this highlight happening. Honestly, I will admit, I think the triangle technique threw me off a little bit for the texture quality I'm going for. So I am kind of trying to recover from that a little bit. Not trying to blame the wonderful suggestion, because it is a good suggestion. I'm more so pointing out that I'm very bad at change and doing something differently, so that is my own shortcoming, and this is just good practice to get better at that stuff. It has posed an interesting kind of, okay, how do I clean this up to the point that I like it at, right? And another layer that can be really fun, one of my favorite layers when I'm doing metal, is a color dodge, and then just kind of smashing into stuff with it. It can really kind of oomph up stuff. But that's more of a kind of like near the end, when you need to just get that extra pop going, and those metal bits to glow with light, stuff like that. Like it's so good for golds and that kind of stuff. So I won't do that yet, but that is something that we'll probably throw in there, because like, just look at what that can do. It can just really make things explode with excitement and vitality, and just kind of punch it up to a whole other level. But yeah, okay, let's look at the grayscale. We haven't looked at the grayscale in a little bit. I was talking and briefly went over this, but the importance of kind of like having groupings of value, and looking at this, I think I could do better with it. Let's see, so we have the cockpit with the mouse, and that's high contrast because we have this kind of like darker silhouette on a light backdrop, and it's clean and sharp and cuts it out, and so it's, boom, draws your eye. Fairly high contrast. It could be even higher contrast if we like made the mouse even kind of darker, right? Now it's like really intense, right? Maybe somewhere in between is what we want. But what I'm thinking we might need to properly assess is the rest of it. It's like we have this kind of really muted background, and you know, not all of this kind of is the clearest. Like, okay, so here's another thing that I've been trying to experiment with. There's, I think it's threshold. Yeah, okay, so this is a weird thing you can kind of do to just look at it in kind of black and white and just kind of slide around to see what is kind of like clearly defined. So like we can clearly get the mouse silhouette. I think that the bot is pretty decent. Like you can kind of see this pretty effectively, right? Like I can make out that boss. So that's a good sign, right? And if I go into kind of the darkest shadows, it's kind of like a little more kind of not totally sure what I'm looking at maybe. But overall, basically what we're doing is we're deciding how bright and how dark. We're just cutting it down the middle, saying anything brighter than this, go white. Anything darker than this, go dark or go black. And so I'm just kind of scrubbing through to see if there's just a decent amount of clarity, and there actually is. It's not bad, not bad. So that's a good thing. Oh, now it feels so much more desaturated because it doesn't have that like real high contrast that we just did. So that's kind of cool. So maybe we could punch up that contrast. Maybe we could go darker. Like I like the shadow in this shoulder. It feels like it kind of defines that nicely. So I'm gonna create a luminosity layer, and I'm gonna go on lunch really soon. But I just wanted to kind of quickly try this out. So let's go real dark, and we're just gonna try and create bigger, stronger shapes. And so we have dark here. What if we like pull these together so it kind of creates this one shape where they connect? Can we do that? Does that work? And then maybe the rest of this hand here joins it, and then it kind of cuts out against the backdrop a bit better. Right? And then so the highlights on this hand, they don't need to go super bright necessarily for it to read very well. But overall, now that's kind of like closer to one value. Just trying to kind of bring that together. Oh, maybe I need to go above that. Bring that into like one clean shape, right? So if I zoom out, before it's kind of like, oh, that's all kind of, you know, mushed together. It's falling into the background. It's kind of hard to read it. One thing I could do is I could brighten up the background behind it, have that kind of cut out of it, so it's this mid-tone on a lighter backdrop. I could darken the background. I could have it mid-tone on a dark background. And I think that's actually decent. I don't mind that the hand and the shoulder and the arm are all kind of like relatively samey, so they kind of blend together. That's good. But the color of the background, the brightness, it's falling into it a bit too much. But if I darken it, it kind of comes out, you know, in an interesting way. That's maybe the direction to go. If I think about it, it's kind of like, oh, if this is the inside of the arm, it's not facing at the light necessarily, so I could see that that would be in shadow, and that makes sense. That feels okay. To kind of have this hand carve out even more, because it's like a relatively light background, having it go darker on that creates a stronger contrast for it, right? So that now stands out from the backdrop a little more. Have it kind of do the same thing where this value kind of travels through the rest of it and becomes one shape, and it's all connected together. So that's kind of useful there, and I could knock these highlights down just a little bit for perhaps, to kind of keep it all relatively close to each other. Maybe darken this all down even more. Just kind of have that all feel like one thing. It's all connected in its value, and that maybe even travels down to the side of the leg. Or to make this leg come out, which I want it to, I want the leg to kind of clearly stand out in front. Have this kind of value kind of run down the side, and again, so we have it connected all the way through the arm, down the side, but now it's kind of going to run behind this leg and go into the tail. Unfortunately, the tail is on a different layer, so I'll just quickly do that here, and we'll see how much doing a luminosity layer over everything else with the grace, like viewing it as a grayscale, is going to mess everything up when we kind of come into this view. But hey, we're experimenting. So now there's just kind of a little more like this is all kind of connected through its tone now. The shoulder plates are kind of separated. Alternately, I could brighten the shoulder plates and have them pop out as well. There's so many different ways I could do when I'm trying to create that separation. So let's take a look at it in color now. So it feels maybe like it's a little more one kind of like object, like it's this kind of completed structure. Here, it kind of, you know, it's all there. It just feels flat, I guess. It feels a little more two-dimensional with like so much happening that it's kind of hard to understand what's going on. But now I kind of feel like it's all kind of rolling into this ball shape, and this is coming off the side. So something here is working for it. I think that's good. I don't know if I'll use it in this exact kind of configuration. I might, you know, pull it back and clean it up a little bit in parts. Like I don't necessarily need it to, you know, get the whole thumb, and maybe I want to bring these fingers back so that you can read what those are doing. Maybe just the front of this is okay to come back, and maybe just the outer edges get a little more light on those. Seems okay. Bring just a little bit of highlight into these maybe, but not nearly as much as it had before. So they still feel like the tone is kind of connecting through the whole thing. So that feels good. I think that's kind of working, and I'm getting some weird colors coming out, like this green, and there's blues and purples and stuff that's just kind of like happening. And I'm not going to fight that because it's kind of interesting. Although, you know, if I have kind of like a clean metal, depending on what kind of metal it is anyways, it might not realistically reflect certain colors just because the like spectrum of light that it can reflect, right? So I would maybe try and control those things. But at the same time, just getting some extra range of color happening can just add so much interesting stuff. So let me show you what we'll do closer to the end. So we're going to grab our triangle brush. We're going to grab purple. And we're going to grab blue. Just kind of do that. Maybe some green. Okay, so this looks weird and bad, but I switch that to, let's say, the color, and then knock it down to like, I guess like 20 is pretty high. But like, normally I do like 10% or like 15%. But like, you can really barely even detect it, right? But there is those purples, the blues, the greens that are just slightly pushing and pulling. And when you do that kind of selectively all over the place, it just kind of creates a little bit more life to it, a little bit more interesting kind of oomph, but you don't even see it. You don't even really kind of notice it's there. And then in kind of like the desaturated areas, like up here where it has that sky color kind of coming in, when you have those extra colors kind of mixing in there, it just kind of really kind of like creates an interesting life to it. But like here where there's a strong highlight, maybe it kind of retains that pure color and stuff coming through. And then just at the fringes, it could have that like weird green. And it's just kind of a fun thing to toss in there. But I'm going to go on lunch. I'm going to be, we'll take an hour lunch. I'll put up a timer so you know when to return. I'll have Larry link for you. Little thank you for hanging out kind of fun time. And we're probably going to do a pretty decent long stream because there's just so much we could keep mixing and pushing and pulling on this piece. But ultimately, I'm going to have it completed by the end. Also, probably when we return, we're going to render out that mouse in the cockpit because obviously I need to make sure to do that. We'll do another pass or two on the backdrop because that does need to kind of like do something. But yeah, I'm enjoying that. I think that's fun. I hope you guys have been enjoying this stream so far. I know it's maybe not what I always do, which is good, maybe. But yeah, so I'm gonna go on lunch, and I'll be back in an hour. So yeah, we'll keep picking away at this and make it look like a cool, heavy machine trap punching mouse boss of awesomeness. So I'll see you in 1 hour, all you wonderful people. So I'll be back soon. Bye for now. And we're back. Welcome back from lunch break. Time for more art, friends. All right, so basically where we left off, we were just rendering away at this piece, been playing with a couple of different less used techniques, experimenting with some fun stuff, challenging ourselves, all kinds of goodness, and right now just kind of stepping back a little bit, looking at the piece. Next steps are rendering out the mouse in the middle, kind of setting them inside the cockpit nicely so that they're kind of like inside that. They kind of feel like they're piloting this thing properly. We get a little bit of the machinery kind of connecting them in, but also still popping them out of the kind of in the scene so they stand out. They kind of like draw your eye, and I think we'll be able to do that effectively. But before we jump into that, I'm thinking, just based off of kind of like the glancing view, kind of looking at it at the corner of your eye, squinting at it, just kind of like the quick first read. One of the things that stands out to me is the value of the background to the character. It is kind of drawing the character into that background, and I think at least in the center of it, where it's directly behind the character, if I lighten that up to kind of like bring that closer to the sky, so just kind of looking at the grayscale version of it, you can see kind of like how much darker some of this stuff is compared to the sky. If I bring that closer together, lightening it up, it'll help kind of create these kind of clear definitions of where the value structures are kind of contained. So that way the character itself will be a overall silhouette, a dark on light, and that'll kind of like pop out cleanly. It'll have a nice silhouette that you can read. The backdrop kind of falls into the backdrop, which is important. Yeah, we just kind of like make a more readable silhouette basically with that. So how we will do that is I'm going to scroll down to this group here. This is the kind of 3 layers that I have right now for the backdrop. So you can see this is it matching the skylight, because I just removed it and all that's left is the sky. And so this foot versus the tail, I think, is kind of wonky. I think that can be kind of resolved for that read. I think I need to just have it go dark. It doesn't necessarily make sense that this foot goes this bright anyways. The angle it's at is actually kind of tilting maybe a bit down. So the foot down here on the right, it's tilted up. So it's looking to the upper right, which is where our light source is coming from. This one's kind of pointing a lot more horizontal, maybe even down a bit, so it's not kind of directly deflecting this light towards us. So it would be totally fair to, darken that quite a bit. It should be more like kind of this value on the shoulder over here, or maybe even more like the thumb, the side of the thumb here. That's kind of more, the angle is somewhere in between these two surfaces, the planes of those surfaces. So it should be closer to those. That'll kind of bring it down to something a little more appropriate. So I'm going to do that. What is the layer, the luminosity layer here? Let's just see what happens without kind of looking at the color layer, or color version. So this is grabbing the thumb right here, which looks fairly dark, but compared to this tail, totally, very bright and light. So I'm actually going to go darker. Just want to pull it down quite a bit more. And maybe the tail needs to lighten up a bit. Lighten up, tail. We just take everything so seriously. And I have a little bit of maybe just kind of reflection of who knows what, darkening that even more. I'll have it go a bit lighter where it overlaps the tail, so that kind of cuts out and you can read it. I'll even have it go just light enough on the edge so it's defined cleanly, but we'll push and pull near the end to kind of really finalize the read on stuff. I don't mind this being brighter on the outside here because it is kind of angled upwards towards the sky. It's kind of kicking out to the side, so it's reflecting the gray sky above. So it's going to get that light. So it won't be like a saturated color. See, boom, there we go. But that's a little better. I honestly think that it just might work better if it is just a little darker overall. Just so that we maintain this kind of value kind of structure going on. And then like the side of this leg kind of would match the side of the foot here, right? They're all kind of facing the same spot. So I'm just gonna grab this and just knock out some of that saturation because it's just getting the light from the muted sky, so we can kind of tone that down. Is this doing anything? Oh, it's a color layer. That's why. I'm like, why is that not affecting anything? Okay, this is our adjustment layer, our normal layer where we can just paint whatever we want. It does have the luminosity affecting it, so we need to kind of keep that in mind. But I could probably merge these layers again if I want. I might actually bring the tail into it, but because I still want to kind of add some plating or segments and just a little bit of interest and mechanics to the tail, I should probably hold off on that just for now. And also, I have a Larry link for you guys. I believe that should be it. Hopefully I didn't link something else. But yeah, I believe that's the Larry link for you. Nice little gift. Make sure to grab it. Also, when I post this to my art page, I'll include it there. So anyone who's watching this after the fact, you could either type it out as you see there, if you can, or go to my art page and it'll be up there as well. You can grab it that way. Right. So the top of this, I'm just going to get a little bit of light. Okay. So no one knows the exact date. Sorry. Unless something like that's being announced and I don't know about it, but I don't believe that is a detail that people know of, other than other developers, of course. Okay. All right. What I was doing before I got distracted was gonna kind of tone down the backdrop so that the values kind of assist us a little more in creating a nice composition. So this is the front stuff here that I want to tone down. So what I could do is just create a layer in front and grab maybe this kind of smoggy gray. I have a couple of brushes that I like to use for stuff like this. There's one that I made ages ago. I call it the dust brush. If I can, figure out that it's alphabetically ordered, so obviously it would be up in the top where the D is. But this I made a long time ago, and it just kind of creates a very hazy box, and then the very corners have this speckle, and it kind of has like a nice little effect. Now, because I have this saturation layer on top, it's it's doing that thing where if I have like a very desaturated color, it actually brings the saturation up. So I'm just do it on a layer above. So I just drag this layer up to there instead. Okay, just do it on a layer above. And that's pretty intense, so I'm going to pull that back quite a bit. Go with that, and then I'll just erase away. And the sketch is also kind of adding to it a little bit, so I'm just going to bring the sketch down quite a bit. 30% is just enough for me to kind of see the line work. I mean, it's 30% of 20%, so it's quite faded. So what I'll actually do is bring that up to full and then knock this down to 10%. That's better. Cool. All right. I might actually go more white with a little blue to it to kind of like have the atmosphere, the sky, kind of just give a little bit of color, but it's, you know, a fair amount of haze to the sky. Bring in a couple of different brush sizes of it so the dust mote kind of effect isn't consistent. If it's always kind of, oh, these are always the same size and spaced out very similarly, it's going to look a little awkward. And having a bit of the blue to it can kind of give it a bit more of a steam kind of moisture feel to it, which I think we want because this is steampunk technology. So I'm just going to erase away at the base of this, and then maybe take my smoothing brush and just kind of dab out parts where it just is a little much for the motes, but still making sure to leave a few here and there. And then we can maybe pull it back on, like, maybe the structure is kind of, you know, in the middle of it, so it kind of, you know, reveals itself, whereas everything behind it is maybe a little bit more inside that cloud. Maybe the same thing with this pipe, right? So those are kind of curved out a little bit more, and then this platform as well. Probably just pull that back just a bit more. Okay. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of refining that we can do on all that. So we'll figure that out. But for now, I just wanted to kind of give it just a little bit more hierarchy. Just a smidge. Okay. So now looking at the grayscale, that does cut out significantly better. I think the foot is kind of, you know, playing against us a bit, so I'm actually going to bring this down to a similar value to the rest of it, because I think even though maybe it would make sense that it kind of has that more lit kind of side based on the angle, not a lot of other stuff is kind of respecting that lighting, so it doesn't look right. And either I could bring that kind of, you know, oh, okay, so it's picking up the sky, so it's going to be lighter here, but then, you know, all these things are going to have to, you know, do the same, and suddenly it's very noisy again. So what I'm going to do is instead just kind of make the leg kind of join everything else. So I'm going to bring that down, bring that down. And now it's kind of getting close to the backdrop there, which is a little bit much. So maybe I just need to define a clean edge, or go quite a bit darker. And like one of the things that I could do is also just decide, hey, this is a different colored metal, and that'll, you know, allow me to just decide to suddenly go quite a bit darker for this. Let's say maybe it's a similar metal to what's up here, right? So even though this is in direct light and would kind of like, you know, reflect nicely and all that, it's quite a bit darker than all the other metal bits, so that could be a nice way to kind of balance things out. So let's try going darker here just to see how that works, if that's good or not. Pulling all that down. Okay, let's look at it here. So it's okay, but now I'm worried that, oh, maybe we're going to end up having the leg kind of get lost against the rest of it, right? One of the intentions was to have it stand out against everything. So maybe we do something in between. Maybe there's like more of a gradient of value where the knee, which we want to kind of come out at us more, maybe that has like a gradient of kind of like it's more light up here, and then as it goes down into the foot, it kind of mutes down and disappears. And so this is like getting into that kind of like, well, this isn't like necessarily realistic lighting, but if it makes the image better, if it looks better, if it reads better, then that's worth it. Alternately, because we have this bright lit cockpit, having this knee come out in front of it, it would potentially be even stronger if we decided to, and I'm just going to do this on a whole other layer just in case I really don't like this and I just want to go back to what exactly we have. What if instead we go quite a bit darker so that it kind of cuts out in front of it? So it's like a dark on light there, right? So it has that higher contrast. But then it kind of like calms down into, you know, what's happening with the rest of it. So I'm just gonna let it have those highlights that it would, so that we can kind of see what these shapes should be. So like that actually works for me. I'll bring a little bit more detail on the tops of it. And like maybe I need to lighten everything behind it a little bit for that to work even better. I could probably find an excuse to do that. Maybe it has like little lights, little headlight type things that kind of cast a little glow behind everything, so it'll kind of, you know, carve out in front of that. And that could be useful. I don't know, do we want it to be like brighter? See, this to me, when I look at this, it just kind of blends together. It doesn't stand out. If I like blur my eyes, I suddenly like can't see what that is. Like I get that this is a leg, and this is a torso, and that's an arm, and that's an arm. But like, it's hard to understand this. But with this, maybe it's a little easier. Maybe if I make sure this edge here is clear, right? Now I can kind of squint and I see, oh, okay, this is a tucked leg, right? Okay, yeah, I think that that's maybe the way to go. And then because it has this kind of like dark in front of light, that at least just pops it out and is kind of, you know, stands out. And then let's lighten up directly behind it. Right here. If I do that, and then like same with down here. You can kind of figure out why these details might exist this way. There's kind of little greebly pipes and stuff coming off the sides, but this will potentially also help make that leg read. So maybe there's like a grill type thing here. Yeah, it's a bit strong actually. Maybe if it's like there, but just subtler. Just added extra interesting detail, but maybe not too distracting. Yeah, basically I just wanted to light behind the legs so it can pop out more maybe. I don't know. Maybe good, maybe bad. I kind of want to get just a little more information visible here, because there is some interesting detail that I think would be nice to be able to read. Side view mirrors. That would be a good idea for the pilot, wouldn't it? But as we've stated, I don't think safety is any kind of priority. But a wise idea. That would be the right thing to add. It's so wide, and like with its arms down, I don't even know if it could see around it. I'm trying to think of how they would implement something like that. Okay. Do we like that darker knee? Like it works well like that. Let's look at it with color. And actually, let's do a flip. So this is the kind of overall kind of main lighting we did. This is going to need a little more saturation probably. And then that's with the darkened knee. Don't know if that's better or not. I do like the silhouetting of it a little bit. Maybe it just needs to like come out in front of it even more, or like have like like the side of it have just like a little light kind of defining the edge of it. Could be good. Who knows? This is a lot of layers. I always work in such weird ways when I stream nowadays. Like totally different than I'm used to. So let's just see what happens if I kind of carve out this edge here. Is this bad? Is this good? Yeah, that works. That works. We could excuse this for the like bounce light from the ground, in which case not having it be so saturated, because that's more of a stone platform that this mouse is going to be standing on. So I'm gonna go kind of more gray, and we can kind of add some more kind of color into it later, perhaps. Okay. Maybe this, maybe that. don't know. Let's work on the mouse. We'll come back to that. I don't hate it. I'm just wondering if it could read better. And maybe part of it is just the angle of it, the way it's drawn. Maybe it's just not as clean and, you know, defined very well. Just kind of blocking that. Let's actually flip this. Actually also save this. It's been a while. Could incorporate it into all the side pipes that already exist. Oh, the side view mirrors. Yeah, that could work. I could try it. I should try and add your suggestions. You know, the like pressure valves and side view mirrors. I do like to always try and include stuff from the audience, so I should really try to do that. A tubic telescope thing. Oh, where it like doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That'd be pretty good, actually. That would be how they would do it. There'd be this weird kind of like just piping that goes around to the back, and that's their side mirror. So what I wanted to do was give this a flip. Whoop. There we go. Okay, you know what? I don't feel like that's that bad. I think by having this kind of front greeble bit be nice and simple, and then having these kind of like complex and interesting shapes that are kind of like tight and pinched, that is enough to kind of like separate them out. And then I think I'll have the highlighting from the cockpit really carve out the knee, and then maybe even just have it bleed over this front bit here. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that'll be okay. So that's good. That's good. I think that works. Maybe this foot can come forward a bit more. Like if I do something like maybe get a little more richness in the color too. You know, just a little punch of color. Probably not even that much. Maybe just a dab of it here too. Front. All right, that might be okay. I have so many layers that are like doing independent things, and then I'm not even using those anymore. I'm just kind of like doing a little of everything on each of the layers. Well, it's just a mess. Which means I'm probably getting close to just merging it all. Which is fun. I enjoy that. Yeah, now I'm just working on one layer that's above all the others, so I can just paint the exact specific colors I want, instead of trying to figure out the right kind of tone and color behind the color layer and the luminosity layers that I have, and who knows what other layers I'm using. Okay. Good. Okay. Feeling okay. Feeling good about this. It's not bad. Cool. Onto the mouse. Onto the mouse. Okay, so we have this silhouette created already. which is great because we can just create a layer on top of that, connect it. I should really figure out what that's called because I use it non-stop. Oh, my neck. Blech. It just feels like it needs to be cracked, you know? It's the worst, because how do you do that with your neck? I can do it with my back, but... Almost happened. Alright. Well. So the mouse, they seem to be having a good old time. I don't want the ear to be kind of touching this shape right here the way it is. I want it to overlap, or there to be kind of like you know, moved over a bit more so that there isn't that tangent. And this is a decent positioning, but I also don't want to hide this hand. I kind of like what's going on with that hand. So this does make more sense with them kind of like inset into the cockpit a bit deeper. So I think I'll just go with this, and I'll just make sure this hand can read. So here, I can just erase this without destroying the sketch, just in case. Boom. Right. So that hand still exists where it was, but it's effectively erased right now. Their tail is also going to be in here somehow, but it's probably going to be kind of like, they'll be on kind of like a floating scissor seat or something like that that can kind of like swivel around and follow them as they're kind of stomping around and moving their arms and legs. And so figured I'd probably include that and then have the tail be a layer behind that. But I also didn't bother kind of figuring out all the fiddliness of that. Let's just start with the face. That's always a good place. So we got these goggles. They are definitely going to be a similar kind of metal. I'm just going to light them up. I'm imagining that these kind of little bits are also similar metal. This kneecap thing. And then maybe there's kind of the padding on the front of it. And then these kinds of restraint harness type things. Some kind of fastener buckle type thing in the center of that. Kind of like clipped it together like a seatbelt, I guess. Maybe that's a big button to release it. And these kind of arm tubes, which are kind of like the controllers, I guess, for moving its arms around. They'll probably be kind of, you know, pipes and wires connected directly to those. I need to bring it down a little. Yeah, it's hard to know what kind of tone to go with for this, like how bright, because they're like just inside this kind of glowing canopy, I guess, if we end up going that route. these foot pedals, there'll also be kind of like, you know, more structure kind of coming off of those and going back into the mech. Kind of like these arm things, the hand controllers, whatever they are. And their outfit just has kind of just bits connected to it. Why not? Go a bit darker with these, I guess. I don't know if these are kind of like embossed metallic sheened threads on the sides, or if they're actually kind of like added metal. Okay, and then they got some earrings going on, some like mechanical augments attached to them, and then the top of the helmet, I think, is just all kinds of fancy gear. The shoulder kind of coming out in front here, we'll say, although with the way the head is here. Alright, and then the actual kind of lenses and the goggles. Do I want to just go full on, you know, match the lighting, and then it's just this crazy, intense mouse? It's a lot, isn't it? So much. Or are they kind of very dark, which is also very creepy? Then we could have this kind of, you know, lens feeling to it. It's not bad. I'll just keep at it, and eventually it'll figure out where it needs to go, is kind of how I work. If I'm like, I don't know if this is quite working, if I just keep at it, eventually it finds where it needs to be. Don't like the blackened teeth. So I think take this and go more gray and more orange and yellow. Kind of get the reds in there. Okay. Yeah, and I'm like, kind of like, oh, how am I going to use the lighting itself if it's just they're surrounded by this glow? I don't know. Golden blue tooth. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. it's a fun space to play around in. You know, there's just so much more that you can do with a limited kind of. I guess what I'm getting at is like the more restrictions you have, the more kind of creative you end up getting to figure stuff out. So where I was coming from with that thought is just like, well, all I draw for characters is mice. I've been doing that for 12 years. You might think that, hey, haven't you drawn them all? How are there still ideas left over? But because it is so kind of like, you know, restricted, just figure out things you wouldn't have thought of before. So if I could just draw any animal or alien or whatever and just kind of keep inventing completely new ones, I would maybe not ever decide that, hey, maybe one of them should be piloting a mech. But if it's all the same animal, it's like, well, what can I do differently with this, you know, animal this time to make that interesting? Giving them personalities, giving them stories, stuff like that. Okay, so because we have this light everywhere, it's just strong and kind of saturating this character. I'm actually going to have their ears kind of show that by just really kind of like glowing. So the idea that there's just this light kind of like filling their thin kind of, you know, the cartilage and all that, and you know, it's basically the blood in the ear and all that is actually kind of like, you know, giving its light to your eyeballs so you can see the color of the inside of the ear, I guess is what I'm getting at. The like, why can't I think of the word for it? Translucency, whatnot. But yeah, I like to do that with the ears because it kind of like, you can play with how intense the light is by showing it kind of coming through the back of the ear and kind of causing it to glow in the spot, and I like that effect. But it's very rare that the whole thing is glowing, so that's kind of fun. And I think I'll knock it back a little bit. But it's kind of, you know, imagining there's kind of veins and stuff, so it's not as, you know, the full ear is the exact same thickness everywhere. It has the, you know, same amount of light scattering through it, and kind of like having the cartilage glow. We're at that point where I've just been streaming long enough that I just ramble without even realizing what I'm talking about. Okay, so we have quite a dark element here, and what I'm remembering is like, okay, well, one of the things that I intended for this is for the mouse to be a bit more of a silhouette in the cockpit. So kind of like allowing more of it to fall into the kind of the darker range. And what that would imply is that the light's coming from behind and they're kind of like being, you know, silhouetted by that, which makes the ear glow extra effective, right? Because if it's the glow coming from behind and passing through the ear, that works well. So what I can do is just kind of allow that all to go a bit darker. And then at the edges where it's kind of rolling towards the back, having the light affect it appropriately. So like the side of the leg there, that's going to get a lot more light than the front of the knee, because the front of the knee is totally facing away, whereas the side of the leg, it's kind of halfway facing it. And then it can get like some nice reflections on the sides of the metal and all that. Maybe the headgear is reflecting light onto the front of the shoulder here. Will global catch stats be available again? I do not know how to answer that question. I unfortunately am not someone privy to said details. That is definitely more of a Dave question. I know that we've talked about it in the past. It's something we would like to do, I believe, but I think it's more of the infrastructure currently, it would not be ideal for it. And I know that we have plans on how to kind of upgrade our infrastructure, so it might be a case where we can't really do that. We can't return that until we have the upgraded infrastructure. And that's a challenge to do. So couldn't tell you if that's in the works anytime soon, unfortunately. But I expect that, you know, Dave has probably answered that specifically before. So I would hazard a guess that there is a more specific, concrete answer to that question. But as an artist on the team, it's not something I can answer. Possibility of adding other stats. Gotcha. Yeah, based off of the leaderboards. I see, I see. Thank you for giving a better answer. All right. So I kind of like the detail on the shoulders, kind of like popping that out. It's a fun little interesting detail. But allowing kind of this jacket or the mouse's fur, whatever this is. I imagine it's like some kind of flight suit, or piloting suit rather, not flight suit, but you know, some kind of cool outfit. Maybe it helps hook them up into this. Yeah, so it's kind of maybe leather or something like that. And then as the limb gets thinner, there's kind of less light blocking and a little bit of it just kind of bleeding over, and that's why I'm kind of like letting that just fall away into a little more color and light, and basically the detail can just stop. Kind of has a neat feeling when you do that, where it's just, it looks like the light has kind of just taken it over, and you know, even if there would be like shoelaces or wrinkles or whatever, because it's just overexposed there, you just don't get to see that anymore. Not sure if that's working how I'm seeing that, but that's the idea of kind of just letting that fall off. Right. I'll just have this kind of slowly fade into the lighter color there, and then I'm going to come back with a little bit of a highlight and just kind of like catch some wrinkles with it and just kind of make that pop. I think that'll look nice. Maybe the outer parts of the ear is a bit thicker, so it kind of has a little bit more capability of blocking light, but considering how thick this leg is compared to what the ear would be, I doubt that that would actually be very effective, so I'm just going to use a similar tactic to the foot. Let that go a bit later. And then down here, where the shoulder and the ear are working together, they can block the light together. And then the side of the helmet, that's kind of having the light blocked by the shoulders, right? Shoulders and torso are quite thick and wide, so that's gonna, not a lot of light's gonna get out in front of those, so they can go quite dark. Same with the knee and just this part of the foot, let's say, the thigh here. Here we go. So that feels pretty neat. Feels like there's this light kind of like trying to get around it, and then when we add in some kind of highlights to the edges of stuff, that'll help push that up. Okay, so the metals here on the face, let's treat that similarly. So the front of the goggles is facing towards us, so they're not actually getting this light reflected, but the sides could, right? I don't know if this is going to work how I want it to. It may look really weird. Let's roll with it. Maybe we want at least a little bit more color in it so we know what the material might be. And in this case, I feel like we could go lighter with the lenses so that those kind of pop out, right? And the top of the helmet here, same deal. Just kind of letting that go a bit darker. Same with the earrings and the controllers for the hands. Although these are kind of rounded, so we're going to get the light wrap happening quite a bit on some of the angles. Cool. Okay, so let's try and do that. So this hip here, this is like really facing out to the side. Let's actually work on a layer above the sketch, and this is our like actual paint layer, where I'm just painting it with the values and colors I want it to have. So that's angled pretty steep. It's going to catch a lot of light. Same with just this kind of edge right here and here, and the whole side of this. Yeah, there needs to be the connection still created between the actual like controller inputs and like the inside of this. I'll figure it out once I have the mouse, I feel like, because I might change it a little perhaps. So I want to like be happy with this before I add in those extra, you know, like levers and pipes and whatnots. I'm glad you're liking the aesthetic. It's different. I don't work with this technique normally, and I'm kind of challenging myself with it. But I think it's paying off. It definitely has a certain painterly feel that I don't usually end up getting. Probably because I incorporated so much of the sketch into it. Normally I discard the sketch and you know try and make just a clean, crisp painting, but this has a little bit of a kind of textured feel to it. I suppose I could blame the triangle brush for that, and so in the end it does inform the design in a pretty neat way, so good on that. All right, we're looking at about 2 hours before the stream ends, so I want to try and wrap up before then, and there's a lot I want to do. So I'm going to try and keep my pace up. Don't blame the triangle brush. Thank the triangle brush. You're right. This is a different experience, and I'm kind of like getting a different feeling that I would have certainly not gotten if I didn't have that kind of restriction of the triangle brush that kind of created, you know, that challenging kind of environment to work in. I think that that has informed my like design aesthetics a little bit more. It's a little crunchier, a little more textured, more painterly feeling, more of a scene, which I think is awesome because we're kind of making sure to give ourselves like an actual like environment for these Paragon mice. So hey, we need to like use that to the best of it, what it can be. So oh yeah, oh yeah. If I do the stone golems again, triangle tool, absolutely, so good for it. I like the triangle brush. It has some really good kind of punchiness that I can't get without it, right? Like I need to use it. I did create another brush. I don't know if I've shown you this, the heavy texture brush. You might be interested in this one. I made this just because I wanted something to really just kind of like add just crunch. And so this can be kind of layered up. And this adds like good kind of stone or whatever. But that one's another one that I think is quite useful. So this and the triangle brush are my like go-to for texture. But triangle has, depending on how you use it, like I could have probably used a little bit more oomph behind it, where it's like more flow, more opacity, where it's just more defined triangles. That can be really good for like technology feeling, harder kind of just mechanical feel, whereas the heavy texture one I just showed is more organic maybe. I'm talking out my butt. Who knows? Not me. I'm not like a textured brush painter. There's so many out there, but I am not one. Yeah, exactly. Simulating randomness is a lot of effort, but that's actually how I would normally do it. That is a thing. Like, I would actually, back in the heyday, take the same brush that I use for everything and just kind of like paint in whatever texture I want, right? If I wanted rust, I would paint in little speckles here and there, and like it's slower, but it allowed me to kind of control it. But at the same time, not having that control makes me discover potentially better designs that I would have not used. If that made any sense. I hope it did. Okay, so I think the metal up here can go darker still, especially towards the center. So let's grab something a little more like this. And then kind of at the edges where it would catch the light, we'll allow it. So this has like lots of kind of slight angle variations and kind of plates on it. And this kind of like, the light behind, I would say, is a very wide kind of encompassing light. So there's going to be a lot of kind of chance for the surfaces of this metal to kind of pick it up. So that's good. That'll make it easier. And then these being in front of the ear, I definitely want that to kind of really have like a nice hard crisp edge to it, where it very clearly is blocking the light when the ear itself is letting some light through. So this earring here especially, and let's go smaller with that one so that you can really tell. I think that should really help with understanding what that's all about. We have this kind of subsurface scattering. That's the word I was looking for. We have the subsurface scattering going on here. And thanks to the opaque metal blocking the light, we can really kind of notice that it's glowing through. So that's nice. I think that is relatively effective. And let me just clean up this shape here so it's nice and understandable. Oh, I haven't done like a recommendation in a while, and I know sometimes a few of you enjoy those. So if you haven't watched She-Ra, Princess of Power, it's great. The first, I'd say, 2 seasons are a little more kind of, you know, just getting to know the characters, and you know, it is like for kids, but totally well done and enjoyable for adults. But we just got through season 3, and it was wild and awesome, really, really good. Lots of like interesting character interactions that was very nice to see, and the actual kind of plot stuff is getting pretty awesome, pretty intense. So I would recommend that. It's a good show. Great for kids, great for whoever. And then another show that is really good, and it's complete. It's 3 seasons of so much detail. Is I think I mentioned it before. Is Dark. It's a German kind of epic. it's a lot. There's so much incredible design. The compositions of every shot is brilliant, and the actual like story is so wild. Like you need to go into it with like a notebook to try and just keep track of what's going on because there's just so much happening. And it's one of those shows where like as you're watching it, it kind of reveals more about the overall kind of the storyline and the universe, and that only just makes you question everything about it all the more. You know, it just creates more questions you want answered. But as it goes, it obviously also answers things while kind of, you know, providing even more questions. And it just goes to 11. It's incredibly well designed, very smart. But it's also one of those shows where you would probably want to watch it more than once. And it's not short, you know, it's 3 seasons, and each episode is pretty long, but it's very well done. Not for kids though, I would say, definitely not. But really neat, very very interesting. It's got so much going on. It's very science fiction. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I would recommend watching it. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, so I figured, hey, why not? Why not? You know, some people have kind of like run with those and shared what they thought of them, and I thought that was neat. Okay, let's grab that nose and work on a more effective layer than the sketch layer. Silly me. Bring out this one. I'm gonna go dark for the nose. The nose is reflective. Reflective stuff likes to go darker. Okay, just maybe a little hint of it on the side. Or not. Maybe on the front. Or the top. Maybe just the top. Yeah, I rarely leave the sketch in a drawing. So this is a little different from my usual. An interesting way to handle it. Oops. Okay. Let's grab that amount of kind of like darkness, but I'm gonna go more saturated. See how that looks. Go quite a bit darker in the center here. Quite a bit, but I still want it to kind of read separate from the kind of the mouse's jacket or whatever. So bring this kind of metallic kind of reflection just into the edges of it. And then quite a bit darker here as well. And this elbow as well can go quite dark because it's in front of the ear, right? We just have that ear glow to light it up. This is neat. That's kind of cool. Okay. It's quite dark, right? But I think that works for it. Yeah, I mean it's gonna have like such punchy contrast. That's almost too punchy, right? We got like super dark and super light right there. It's like just inferno compared to everything else. Like, let's look at that. In grayscale, it's actually toned down a bit. Maybe it's just because it's really high saturation in parts. So what I'll do is I'll have the ear kind of glow and get some of that red kind of on the surface of things. Have this kind of shell, the internal shell is, it's going to be a soft light. It's going to wrap around the mouse quite a bit. It's so wide. It's bigger than the mouse, and it's from, you know, all kinds of angles. So it really would kind of like create a soft light on everything, especially like the sides here. So this leg, how I have it lit from the side, I think I need to just kind of bring that around into it. So whatever is just like facing right towards the front, I'm okay with being quite a bit darker than all the rest, which kind of turns into the light, gets more of that light kind of glow, soft kind of just cast onto it with that warm kind of like just sheen to it. Maybe it's just from the ears. Maybe all of the glow is like incandescent kind of, you know, the heat of the machine. It's kind of the warmer colors that causes the glow, which works nicely if I have this kind of like gray background. It kind of lets that blue sky kind of come through, but it's really muted feeling. Yeah, I don't want it to be so hard-edged that it just kind of looks like it's just this weird, really dark cutout on a glowing background. It's a little much. So let's bring this kind of leather, whatever, lighten it up. Especially where it's kind of rolling directly back. Get these wrinkles. Maybe more orange. Yeah, like that feels more appropriate. That orange light seems right. Hello to Dublin again. How is Dublin today? I'm in good spirits. I'm taking on a bit of a challenge with this piece. I've given myself a bit of a deadline with it. And I'm kind of rendering with techniques that I'm a little less familiar with, out of my wheelhouse in a fun and interesting way. But it's also, yeah, like I'm just enjoying this. It's a neat process. Hopefully I'll come away with some useful knowledge. Wonderful. Oh, that's fantastic. I am glad to hear. Very glad indeed. Okay. So, yeah, the light wrapping around feels a little more what makes sense for this. And I'm actually going to go just a little bit further with that and just right at the edge of it, like right where it's turning towards the back. I'm just going to let it fall into it. Right? So it's almost kind of like just being absorbed by the light. It's a pretty strong wrinkle, huh? I think I'll push that down quite a bit. Doesn't need to be that. Don't need that big a wrinkle there. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. Handle it the same way on this side of the leg. Maybe not as much because they might have like this platform that they're kind of sitting on, so maybe that's blocking a bit of the light. I think the sides of the kneecap thing here can have quite a bit of light catching on it. Look at that yellow too. Boom. All right. Yeah, there we go. Seems okay. Yellow here. Show that that's kind of that metal going on there. Then just have this fall into the light right at the sides. Yeah, I think this is working. And this is going to definitely get quite a lot of light hitting it. Cool. All right, that's working. It's working. All right, and then the edges of the ear are going to be treated fairly similar, but maybe a little more pink to it because, you know, the light is probably scattering through the material. That subsurface goodness. Right at the very edge, I could see it just catching that light. Alright. Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's get the, just some of the like, detailing on the helmet thing would just kind of catch more light, I think. So just do that here. Have I saved recently? Goodness, no. I have now. Thanks for the reminder. I've saved twice today. It's not good. Not good, guys. Didn't even save when I went for lunch. Crazy. Normally I'm better about it. Normally. No good excuse for it, though. Especially since my computer is being a little bit more just not good recently. It's been slowing down. Not sure what's up. But yeah, I should definitely make sure to save frequently. Okay. I'm liking this. Dark here, right in this kind of like little crease. I feel like it's going to occlude so much light down there. Seems like in here. I don't know about this. I like it being a bit lighter there. Let's get the glow of the ears on the metal. You can see the reflections at the sides kind of doing stuff now. Just add a little bit of interest to it. We could even just bring in just a little highlight, but it's like the muted one. Just to have just the tiniest amount of light from outside of the cockpit coming through. Why not? I feel like it would probably be overpowered, so you wouldn't really see it, but it's just kind of an interesting idea. So I figured why not try it, see what it looks like. Okay, good. Feels steampunk. That's the hope. It's certainly not as steampunk as it could be. Oh, it is still very dark. I'm gonna hit it with just a pass of color so that all the really dark elements just have a bit of color, like, bleed into it. Because it just, with it being inside a, sphere of light, I just don't see it being able to maintain that level of darkness. So what happens if I just take something like this and do something like this? I mean, that's not at all what I want, but what if? Lighten, screen, color dodge. I feel like screen is probably good. Okay, then I just take my soft eraser and I just kind of erase anything that's potentially a little more occluded than other things. So that it has that kind of like overpowered by the light feel behind it, right? Yeah. Okay, I feel like that. That's the element that it was missing, where it's just the light is just bleeding around it all, just overtaking it. That's better. Cool. Okay, I'm into that. So I'll hide that for now because I want to make sure that the pedals and the like arm controllers kind of fit the rest of it. And it's hard to do that with something like this influencing the whole thing. So let's just continue with what we were doing. So the actual kind of controller here has the hand kind of poking through. I don't know if it was clear. It's like you can, it's like a cylinder over their arm, and you can just see their fist like right at the end of it. And that's what's going on there. So can I make that more clear? Is that even that important? Maybe not. Maybe accessorize with cogwheel earrings. Yeah, that's a good idea. Not a bad idea. Get more steampunk to it. It's just missing cogs, really. Definitely missing cogs. A few cogs loose on this mouse. Okay, quite a bit darker in the center of that. See how it looks when I pop this on. Looks fine. Yeah, it just kind of like obscures it and absorbs it into the light, which looks neat. I'm down with that. All right. This is going to be pretty dark because they actually connect to each other there. Center of that. And I don't need to worry about getting too clean with my details, to be honest. As long as things are relatively well placed, should be fine. Go dark right there, and in the center. Smudge that around. And then the edge of these can go a lot more yellow. This is really just catching the light. Boom. Alright. I think that's fine. It's a little dinged up apparently. Alright. Pop that on top. I think I can fade it down just a little bit more here. 'cause it's such a big surface. And then with that pipe in the way, maybe that absorbs some of the light, or maybe it would bounce more at it. Maybe. I like that. Okay, so let's look at it with more context. Yeah, that looks neat. This kind of almost heavenly glow of this fired up engine behind them. Just this inferno pilot, like powering this machine. That's neat. I like that effect. Alright, so that's it in grayscale. Still maintains that structure of kind of like dark on light. Huge contrast, especially with the like the lenses kind of lit up like that. I might maybe have a little bit more of the kind of helmet kind of come forward with light, but it's not bad. I think I could darken the pipes and structure immediately around the opening of this. At least this pipe. I feel like this pipe needs to go dark. Because I could excuse it for having the light blocked by this big shoulder plate. But especially because the cockpit is so bright, I feel like it would almost kind of overwhelm the rest of it and kind of make it look darker. Let's see. Tail here. Yeah. I'm just gonna go a bit darker with those cables there. Just want them to kind of stand out a little more, I guess. Maybe the direction of them could be improved too. Having them kind of drape down and kind of like dangle. Whereas this one on the right, it's kind of being yanked out and kind of like thrown to the side, so it creates that action. You can see it kind of being swung outwards, so it implies that it kind of just lifted its arm up really quickly, right? It's just kind of pulled that out, and that's following the motion. Whereas this one on the left, it's kind of like got a lot of kind of almost energy to its movement, but it's not necessarily what that needs. Like maybe it just needs to kind of just droop down and lower so that the one on the right can kind of feel more energetic, feel more impactful. So let's just see. Let's just see what happens if I tweak that. So I'm just gonna, should I just erase it? Ah, yeah, let's just do it, whatever. Although I suppose I should just grab this color and erase. Boom, all right. And I'll use my smooth brush to kind of create this shape. So yeah, we have this swinging out motion here, and I want this one to just kind of like almost hang limp at its side. That's probably way too thick there. So just kind of feels a little bit more drooped down. I'm not sure I want it to go and line up like that though. Just trying to think of how that'll feel with the background and all that. I'm going to lighten it up too, because right now that's a little high contrast. Okay, let's try that again. Just kind of swoop it back. It feels a little better. And then the second one's quite a bit thinner. That's maybe a bit too thin. Maybe the other needs to be a bit thicker. Okay, try that, and yeah. It feels pretty long. Maybe that's too long. That's not bad. So that certainly feels like it's just hanging down there now. And then this side one is kind of interesting. I wouldn't see it from this angle, but I almost want to have something that does the same thing. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, it doesn't need to be mirrored precisely. In fact, steampunk basically is always asymmetrical. So having just a random kind of cord or cable or whatever coming off here might be better. So this one has like a thicker one and a thinner one. Maybe this just has one thin one here. And then a thick one here. And these are just kind of blah. I don't like how there's lining up though. Nope. Need to get like a good catenary curve going on here. Not quite. Let's bring the smoothing up. You know what? Not from the shoulder. I think I do want it coming out of the arm here. Maybe I'll start on this side. It's a bit long. Okay. Okay, that might be the one. That might be the one. And then that one's almost just kind of caught up on the bigger one. Yeah. Maybe. I like that. There we go. These definitely feel less energetic though, but that's still a lot. All right. Well, we're going with that now. Well, thank you, Mona. I'm having fun. Like, I enjoy this style so much, even if it is a bit of a departure from kind of the classic. Doesn't have the kind of as many cogs as it probably should, or you know, steam boilers and all that. But I'm enjoying it. And yeah, it's always a fun theme to work in. It's always very creative. Right. Well, that's fine enough. I think I'll just work with that. We'll do a layer above. This way we can just paint in with the colors we want. Just give a little more color to it. Okay, knock that back just a bit. Yeah, alright, so that feels like it's kind of not screaming for attention anymore. That feels a little better. This up here, what layer will I work on? Probably just going to merge all this really soon. let's use this one. No, use this one. So because it's metal, it's not going to be about the cast shadows nearly as much. It's going to be about what would reflect at what angle. Just a little bit more. To grapple with. We're at 3:49. Might take a quick break and make a third coffee. It's a lot for me, but I kind of want one now. Streaming and talking the whole day can do that to me. I'm enjoying just the like punchiness of this. It's so much. Oh, grappling cannon on the shoulder. Didn't even think of that. That's such a neat idea. I think that would be a bit much right now. Dang. Like, I haven't even included other suggestions, which I'm like, yeah, I should totally do that. Okay. All right, you know what? I'm at the point where I'm kind of like just painting on top of everything. So I really think that, let me just go through each of these layers really quick. There's nothing on that layer. This one just kind of cleaned up the sketch in a nice way. This one added just a little punch to that glow. This one really pulled the kind of like the value structure together. This is just kind of like better shapes overall. This one was about kind of like making that knee stand out in a better way. Still not totally convinced with it, but it's something. And then this is kind of just refining on top of everything. So that's where I'm at. I'm just going to merge it all together. Now it's all one. And I can just paint as I do. All right. It's got like such an interesting kind of messy quality to it. It's neat. Yeah, because this is directly in front of this kind of glowing cockpit, I feel like the glow is stronger than the kind of light hitting it in a lot of parts, so I kind of want to make it take over. At the same time, you know, there's pretty powerful light hitting the fronts of this, so yeah, I think that I can't just make it overpower everywhere. Otherwise I'll lose that kind of like the actual light casting onto it. It won't read. But this pipe feels like it could be in shadow. This one, somewhere in between them. Like, especially since it's rounded, it would definitely be able to like find an angle to have light hitting it and bouncing it at us. So let's just go darker. See what that does. actually does work. Now it just kind of pulls that together and like going a little bit lighter as it's kind of rolling forward. I think that works. Okay. Okay. It's not bad. Yeah. Alright. Feel better about that now. Hmm. Oh yeah, the mouse doesn't have their tail and all the internal bits connecting it. And yeah, the tail. The tail. Haven't done anything with the tail. Ugh. Let's bring some light onto that. Feels a little better with that. Okay, we could at least just throw some like little greeble bits and, you know, segment it so it's not just solid metal. So let's just do that. And it is going away from us. We're going to show the ellipse of it as it is a cylinder. Let's just do a layer on top. And then we'll just slap whatever on top of this that we want. Maybe this is where pressure gauge is for whatever reason. You know, out at the end of the tail where you take your measurements, I guess. There's just some kind of vented slits here, which the mech can fart out of, I guess. Don't know what that's about. Just bolts. I feel like the segmented areas should be kind of two together because then it can imply that it's more like there's a sphere that it can at least pivot on. So that makes more sense at least. Okay. Alright. I'll have just something like that coming off of it. It just seems a little more steampunk. just gonna step all over the keyboard, huh? Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, it feels like there's at least some detail put into it. Added another mouse in the background, following them around with a few tools and a power cell type thing. I like that. No time for that though. We have an hour. An hour remaining, and we haven't really touched the background at all. So I think it is at a point where I could leave it, and it's, well, okay, so the mouse needs just a little bit on in here. We can do that really quick. Let's do that really quick. Okay, so do a layer here. Just delete this. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so this is kind of the inside of the cockpit. So let's use heavy texture mild. This is going to be about kind of like creating the actual connectors between everything in here. Maybe that's the dark in front of the knee here so that you can read the front of that nicer. Be good. How would this work? I feel like there would be kind of more of those cables swooshing around. And there'd be kind of like some structure attached to the arm to kind of know how it's articulating. Something like that, maybe. And then there's kind of the main structure that is holding the swivel seat. I feel like this probably needs to come from behind it more. Maybe it was good how it was. We'll come back to that. I feel like if I just kind of blast that out, that might help anyways. This stuff will all kind of affect the rim lighting on the mouse. So I think I want to go a little easy on it, some parts. Like I think this here is actually what is holding up that seat, right? Or maybe there's just some extra details. Let's do that on another layer so I can really kind of just drop it down. Like let's add in cogs and dials and side view mirror pipes. That with soft eraser and just let just the slightest hint of it remain. Right? Same with these pipes here. Just the faintest silhouette. Do that back here as well. Some dials. Nice. Okay. Now for this, doing the same thing to it. I think I meant to add that line. I'll use it anyways. Okay. This. Same thing, but like less kind of hidden. A little more in the scene, a little more visible. Yeah, so I think that kind of gives a little bit of a connected in, plugged in feeling. They're hooked up somehow. Yeah. It's a little bit weird where they overlap. So I'll just paint that in manually. Cool. Okay. I feel like that's almost enough. You know, it implies the machine stuff. Just like the smallest smallest amount of kind of detail onto some of it. That's way too dark. Throw the mouse tail in here somehow. Yeah. It's slightly implied. Though I feel like if I'm kind of using a similar pose, I'm going to have it come out from, like, this is kind of doing that. I feel like maybe, since it's sitting on that seat, it would kind of just come out like that. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Alright, cool. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Clockwork Angel. Neat. Alright, let's do background stuff. Oh. Feel like I need to be oiled. Getting all creaky and joints seizing up. I could honestly just keep working on this for days. There's just like so many kind of little details to push and pull. So much that would be fun to work on with it. Yeah, I do like this just messiness. This is neat. Like greens and smears and texture and all that. I would never manually add all that. That came out of the weird process we took. So kudos. Kudos to encouraging it. Yep, totally working on the background like I said I was about to. That's what I'm doing. Yep. haven't really been utilizing the this kind of different texture, and I really didn't make the shapes very consistent. I don't like that. Like the width of the shoulder versus kind of like the kind of sunken in portion up here versus how very wide it is, and kind of like doesn't feel nearly as sunken in. It just does not feel consistent. So I do not like that. I wonder if I can just really quickly do anything about it. At least feels a little more sunken in. I feel like I could have, oh, actually I'll do it this way. Have this come forward more, and that kind of pinches it in and helps with kind of having it all sunken in a bit. So there. You know, working on the background as we do. That's what's happening. Yep. Okay. Oops, I just moved a layer. Alright. So that's a little bit more correct. This really needs to kind of get pulled down here quite a bit. Should use my hard-edged eraser here. Alright. Well, that feels a little more accurate. I'm okay with that. Good, good, good. Alright. So, this background. I'm working on right now. Yep, definitely background. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna work on the background, guys. So let's move down here. And we have our kind of like fog that's just kind of obfuscating the rest of mechanics. We have our platform. We have our desaturation here. And we have a few layers to work with. So we have kind of the actual machine bits, we have some rock, and we have some very far in the background machine bits. So what I'm thinking is we could kind of have a couple layers kind of really just carving out stuff, but like almost keeping them as silhouettes, and that should look nice. Kind of like what we have with this pipe and this structure up here. I like kind of feeding the information that way. So we could probably do that more effectively. So leave the saturation dealio there. Do this though. Maybe what we want to do is use heavy texture on the rock. I don't like that. Maybe just at the bottom of it. It's just very strong, and especially with, okay, so here's the thing. When you have kind of atmosphere affecting background elements where there's like shadows and highlights on forest and mountain and stuff like that, the further away it is and the more atmosphere that's obscuring it, the shadows just fall away. They kind of get lost, whereas the light that's trying to, you know, bounce off that rock or the pipe way back there, that's kind of just scattering through the atmosphere and reaching your eye. But like the shadows aren't doing that. They're not scattering darkness at you and reaching towards you, but because it's being scattered and the atmosphere is kind of like, you know, the little particles of moisture is catching the light and lighting it up just a little bit. You know, that's why you see clouds. It's, you know, the light hitting that and reflecting in your eye. So all that's kind of getting in the way of nice kind of clear vision coming at you and being able to see, hey, there is no light in that shadowed area, but instead there's all this scattered light from haziness and atmosphere and all that, and that's kind of just getting knocked around and getting in the way, so now you don't even see the shadows. So instead of kind of like having this dark texture come through, what I need to do is have it be maybe a little darker to start overall, but then just having the light stuff, the information of where the highlights are coming through, getting to us. So I'm going to hide all these things that obscure it. I'm going to take this layer and I'm going to go quite a bit darker. So this is kind of more the value that I think would be interesting for it. Now let's turn that back on. That feels a little more natural. But now instead of adding shadow, I'm only going to add highlight to it. So let's see what might look okay for the rock getting some light scattered on it. And that seems maybe a little bit, maybe a little much actually. That seems a little more appropriate. Maybe we'll go a little more gray though. That's okay. Okay, so now we'll turn all that back on and we'll just kind of let the highlights come through, but not the shadows. And this texture brush is actually bad for this because it's showing lots of little details, and that's all the stuff that would get completely lost. So I'm just gonna use my fuzz brush and just kind of smear that away. Tackle it again with just my handy dandy main brush that I have some just nice control with. Just kind of add it selectively where I feel like it might be able to describe the texture. So you have light just kind of raking across this rock here. Whatever can make it through this atmosphere. Just kind of hitting the edges of things. There's little kind of divots and just greebly bits. Pebbles kind of sticking out might catch more light. Okay. So that feels a little more earthy, right? It's more kind of organic shapes. And I'm also kind of trying to get some interesting variation in the shapes and rhythm of stuff. So lots of like big open areas and then little tiny specks of detail here and there. Yeah, right. This is how I would kind of like create a mountain, you know, like you have kind of just the base without any lighting, and then you just put some light onto it. You don't deepen the shadows. As long as there's just a ton of atmosphere on it anyways. Cool. Okay. So that's feeling okay. Right. I'll kind of pop the pipe out in front of it. We'll definitely make it less fuzzy there. Cool. Okay, I think I feel pretty okay with that. I think we don't need it nearly as desaturated now. Now that the like mech itself is feeling a lot more resolved, it feels good to have a little bit of that color coming in from the sides. But it's nice to have it desaturated directly behind it. That works pretty well. The sketch is currently playing a big role in being able to kind of see what's happening. I will knock that down to 5%. That's pretty low. Don't get much lower than 5%. Okay, so this haze here, I'm gonna break up into multiple layers and have it stack. So let's have some fun with this, because I think this is where the real interesting kind of layering of atmosphere can come into play. So we duplicate this, then hide it, and then I'll use my soft eraser, which has a nice kind of clean edge. It's nice and easy to control. I'm gonna erase away everywhere that some of the tech that I feel like is kind of more in the foreground would come out. So that's this whole structure, let's say, is more in the foreground, but that pipe back there, let's say that's not. I can barely tell what it's supposed to be because the sketch is gone, effectively. So this, we'll say, is in the foreground. And the whole platform. Get rid of all the haze there. Okay. And then this here, this also. Well, there's apparently not that much in front of it anyways. I don't like how messy I've made those edges. Let's just say it's just this part of it. Okay, now if I turn on this layer, it's a little intense. So let's turn this down to like 19%. 19%, but then if I duplicate this as well, bring this up right now just so I can see what I'm doing. So this one I'm going to do kind of like the middle stuff I'm going to erase away. So let's say this right here and this structure. Maybe a bit of the earth too. So like this part of the ground. This part of this structure here. And this pipe too. And maybe like a little bit more the ground right here. Yeah. Let's just claim a little bit more of that. Maybe this pipe and this. Maybe just this pipe. Almost looks like there's a snowstorm happening around this. Not quite the intended feel, but okay. So now let's see that turned on. Put this down. Does that have a nice layering effect going on? Eh. Let me try some different styles for these. Lighten, screen. Well, that's wild. Actually looks kind of cool. Difference is kind of good, actually. Really knocks it out. I don't know. Maybe that's alright. Save the file. Great idea. Save. Yeah, dystopian steampunk, totally. Okay, so I got a little bit of atmosphere layering happening. Not 100% like, yeah, this is exactly how I want it to feel. But I think it's bad. Let me actually just start to bring a couple of the elements together, blend them, and I think that might actually help. Just getting just a tiny amount of shading onto this. Okay, let's see what happens when we return. Alright, so that's not bad. I think that that's alright. And then let's turn off the sketch now. Not that you can really even see it. This is very background stuff. I think this needs to just almost be completely gone. There we go. There we go. What's this spec? Who did this? Who done it? Get in here. Speaking of spec, I think I need to create kind of motion of debris. As this foot kind of like rips off the ground, you can kind of see a trail of dust and stuff. And then something we are definitely missing is the ground shadow. So because I want the light coming in from the side, I'm going to have the shadow coming from the hand. I'm going to have it way over to the side. And then because there's this atmospheric kind of haze and scattered soft light, it's not going to be like an incredibly strong cast shadow. It'll kind of, start to get a little softer the further away it is from the thing that's casting it. Because the light's just kind of creeping in around, bouncing off all these surfaces, all the hazy fog in the air, steam in the air rather. Right. Save the file. Done. I did it. Saved it. Saved the day. Alright, let's give it a flip. Let's give it a flip. Alright. So that's feeling pretty good. I feel like we could do a little more kind of, cleanup of the background and stuff like that. Have a little more warmth on the ground below, I think. Let's do that below here. Computer. It's difficult to use a large smudge brush. I'll just pull this back quite a bit. I just kind of want a little bit of this kind of warm bounce light coming off of the character. And then also the cockpit itself is probably giving its own glow, and I haven't really kind of played up that very much, so what if I did? Let's try heavy texture. Oop. I'd put it like right under it, maybe. It's kind of catching the reflections like water would, let's say. Meh. Yeah, all right. I think that it's not too shabby. Got so many layers in this. So very many layers. All right. Well, I think we've kind of covered most things. All right, help me make sure I haven't missed anything important, because otherwise I'm just going to spend the last 15 minutes kind of just fine-tuning tiny little elements. If you can think of anything, let me know. The gazer tool, looking behind. That's a challenge. Oh boy. All right. Well, you know what? You know what? You know what? I guess I gotta try. Okay, how am I gonna do this in 15 minutes? Okay, so that's weird. All right. That's the mouse. This is the tail. Brush. There we go. It's all one now. Okay. Let's place this. Where? Yeah, I did want to run over the shine of the metal. Cogwheel earrings. Oh boy, alright. Let's see if I can do these. Let's see how fast I can get through all this. Alright. I love the mouse as it is. So, I'm just going to smash it down. That way. I don't need to make sure I'm working on a very specific layer. How do I do a cogwheel earring? Would it just be this one? And I like make it come out, maybe? That kind of thing going on. let's try that. Let's just do this. Okay. This is like a nice chunky cog. So it's a little bit easier to see what it's doing. It's kind of weird where it is though. Like a piercing? Oh, I see. I see. So it'd be kind of more like just kind of punched into the ear somewhere. Let's try that again. Okay, so you're saying more like a piercing. So should we have it kind of like start? You know what? I'm gonna do a new layer for this. What am I thinking? Just kind of repainting over every time. So it could be like something simple like that, right? Or would it be more like that kind of thing? I mean, at least this kind of has a little more visual. I don't know, maybe that calls a lot of attention. Make it a hole in the ear and have the cogwheel. Oh, that's another interesting way to do it. So, more like this kind of piercing. Herp derp, like a hoop. I get it. Can't believe I didn't realize that was even a thing. It's like that. higher up on the ear. Kind of like that there. That kind of works. All right, so that's what we're getting. Good. I like that. I didn't even think of that. It's very good. Okay. Right. Can I get that thing that it could look through to see behind it? Maybe. So we'll start with something like this, but maybe up here. It's like connected there, maybe. Just trying to think how this could work. It's like I would want it to kind of like go behind. Or maybe it's like from above. It just looks like a weird straw thing. Small hole in the ear. Got a hole punch right through it. Okay. I don't know how to do this like reverse visual thing it has. Don't know. Like if anything, it would be kind of like inside the cockpit, maybe. Something that kind of goes here. And then you just know what this is. No one else does. There you go. If they pull that over and look through it, it gives them rear view vision. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna get just a little bit more. Oh, I gotta hit up these pedals here. I didn't touch those. Good enough. I just need them to kind of merge into each other somehow. Cool. Okay. Let's get a little bit more life into the background. This one. Maybe let's just work on a layer above it all. So that, but let's get a little more color and life into it. Stuff close enough, I'll have the shadows kind of work through it. Alright, well, it is now 5 o'clock, so that is the cutoff point I've given myself. We're working on this right now. Feeling pretty good about it. Not too bad. As I stated, I could just keep plinking away at this forever. There's just so much detail that could be brought into it. It would always kind of just add a little more interest, I think. But I don't think it's necessary. There, it's got a crazy face now. Actually, I don't want to do that. It's a little distracting, but it was cute. There we go. Just that. Okay. Sorry, I'm just really just want to get just one, just tiny one more thing at the end. You know how it is. You know how it is. Just this, just a smidge more here. Just a little more there. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Okay. All right. Well, I think I need to stop myself. Had a lot of fun with this, gotta say. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I had a lot of fun working on this. I think it came out really neat. Let's take a quick look at it flipped. And give it a save. All right. Again, like I just keep seeing things that I want to tweak and push and pull and adjust and all that goodness, but I'll stop myself for now. Right on. All right. Well, thank you everyone who tuned in. As always, always hugely appreciated. Let me link the Larry's loot. Actually, you know what? I'm going to link it on my art page because I'm about to post this. So let me do that. Flip it back to the orientation I intended it to have. Cool. All right. Give it a quick save. Let's take a moment. Come on. Come on, computer. You can do it. One day. There we go. 960. Save. And let's pop over to the art page and drop it in. All right. MouseHunt. 169 pictures in that folder. And there we go. Today on Feedback Friday, I was having so much fun rendering this boss for the upcoming Floating Islands expansion. probably. Do this. All right, post. So let me grab my ERT page for you. You can pop over there, see it in resolution there, and yeah, grab your layer link if you haven't grabbed it yet. It's on that page, on that post, and I hope you guys had a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who hung out for the stream, popped in, said hi, all that jazz. Always appreciated. Hope you guys have a safe weekend, and happy hunting, everyone. I'll see you next time. All right, well, until then, let me figure out where I click to finish this stream. There it is, end stream button. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Take care.